pulled up a random Johto route alongside some encounter data. And we are going to be starting off with work on my ROMHack. In other words, we are going to be making sure that the Johto Pokemon are being properly represented throughout the region. Additionally, if you are over on YouTube, you might notice from the title that we have a ton planned for the day. I have arranged a match of Neopets, a relatively new card game. And we will be doing that whenever our opponent is ready and pings us. Other than that, I do have some Café remix. I have been stockpiling a little bit of my stamina in Café remix to try to be able to stream that as well. And then I'm also working on a couple of different projects and other games, so I might end up doing stuff for that as well. Welcome, Draco Kid. Hope you are having a good day and a past week or two. I know it's been a while since I've gone live. So, I have done some of this work off stream. As you can see, we have scrolled over to around, wait. Did my work not save? No, I was thinking of the Sprout Tower. I have not done the Bell Tower yet. That's probably something we will revisit later on. But as you can see over in the Burn Tower, as a good example, Slugma is a Pokemon very difficult to find in the original games. But I figure in the Burn Tower, it is a perfect place to make it appear. Especially given the much more powerful Magmar is a natural spawn in the series. I've also gone ahead and moved up Mischievous, as the Burn Tower is part of Echotrique. And that is where Morty's gym is. It makes sense to not only have Ghastly here. I understand Mischievous is more powerful in its base form. So I didn't put it in the other areas where you find Ghastly up to this point, such as the Sprout Tower. But I've also got Grimer, since Grimer, I believe, is a thematically similar Pokemon to Slugma, as they are both kind of, not snails, but gooey creatures, that would go around the ground. And I think a Burn Tower would have a ton of soot. In fact, you'll notice this is the basement floor of the tower. If we go up, you will have learned over in your science classes that smoke rises. So rather than Grimer, we have Coughing on the top level, and then Grimer underneath. So that is just one example of an area I've already covered. I think, we are going to be skipping the Bell Tower for now. And we'll move on to the routes around Echotrique. So, let's go to Route 38. The first step is, of course, heading over to Bulbapedia and seeing what normally spawns. I'm going to open up a notepad and just jot this down. I see Pidgeotos, and Raticates. So I'll keep that in mind. But there's also more interesting Pokemon. Pidgey and Rattata are already covered elsewhere. So we might include the evolved forms, but definitely not going to be bringing in any of the base Rattata. Farfetch'd, Tauros, Magnemite, all of these are much more interesting. Miltank as well. And then, just random Pokemon in the headbutt trees. We'll also go ahead and see if anything changed in the remakes. Looks like they are both still here. Though they did remove the Pidgeotto spawns. I'm going to be adding them back. So, with this, we have a list of 6 or 7 Pokemon we want to include on the route. And among them, the new one is Magnemite. So, our first step is to make Magnemite a 50% encounter at all times of day. For those of you unfamiliar with the way the Pokemon spawn table works, the first 2 options are 20%. Then we have 4 10% slots, 2 additional 5% slots, and then 2 4% slots, and finally, they round it out with 2 1% encounters for the incredibly rare Pokemon, or to combine with a 4% to make it a clean 5%. But to start, let's go ahead and do Magnemite at 30% spawns. I don't think Miltank and Tauros really need to be separated by the day-night spawn cycle. So, what we can do is give both of them a clean 25. So we'll do Tauros, Miltank. Well, actually, maybe not, because I do want to put in Farfetch'd and Meowth as well. So let's give Tauros and Miltank 20% spawns. That's going to be 2 Tauros, each at 10%, then Miltank at 10% and in both 5% slots. And that's going to leave us with 10% to play with. I'm thinking Farfetch'd as a bird, I want to put earlier in the day. So, Farfetch'd rounds out our 10% spawn area. Then we'll put them in day and night as well. However, Meowth is a cat, and cats are known for their special eyeballs that adapt to the night. So, Meowth is going to be our night encounter. And to balance it out during the day, we will have 5% on both. Allowing players to encounter any Pokemon at any time of day. I do have a few Pokemon that are entirely morning or night specific, but I've generally taken the plan of making them just rarer. That way you are able to play the game whenever you are actually planning on it, and you don't need to worry about messing with your system clock a bunch. So, Route 38, is complete. But unfortunately, we are still not at Olivine City. I guarantee you, as we travel here, we're going to see a ton of the same spawns. As you can see on the map, we are looking at Moo Moo Farms. So, we already know Miltank needs to be on this route as well. And of course, it is a nearly identical table. Magnemite, Farfetch'd, Tauros, Miltank are the notable spawns in this pool. In order to make sure we aren't doing exactly the same thing, I think on this route, as it is the one with the farm, we're going to make Miltank and Tauros more common. Essentially, Miltank coming in with a 40% as well as Tauros. And then we'll just make Magnemite a rarer spawn, as players can more efficiently farm it on another route. Alternatively, what we are also able to do is come take a look over at these tables and see, are there any Pokemon that would make a lot of sense to go on a farm? Especially if it is a Pokemon we wouldn't have already seen earlier. Something that immediately stands out to me is, of course, my Reap being a sheep. Fluffy here is probably the one we would pick given the rough level of the route. Blossom and Sunflora are also options, as is Yanma. But I believe we already handled Yanma elsewhere. So, I mean, Teddiursa could be attracted to a farm as well. But that is another Pokemon I have already accounted for. If we go over to Kanto, there are some Pokemon like Pikachu, which aren't available in Johto, and are locked into the post-game. For example, Pikachu itself is a Route 2 Pokemon. So if there is anything here that also really fits the farming theme, I could see putting it here. I mean, Diglett would be a Pokemon good at working the soil, but I'm going to put it in a cave instead. Growlithe already has a huge feature on a very close by route. But Ponyta, I think, makes a ton of sense. Horses are a natural fit for a farm. And then maybe the Farfetch'd as well. But I already have Farfetch'd elsewhere. I think Ponyta is probably going to be the winner. And honestly, Magnemite itself is not really a farm Pokemon. I mean, farms do have a small food association, and Magmar is associated in the Burn Tower. So I'm also thinking our rare spawn is going to be Lickitung, a Pokemon that would love to eat all of the honey from the headbutt trees and all of the berries grown on the farm. Alright, so Miltank and Tauros, we are actually going to keep at 30% each, rather than 40. And that's going to give us a little bit more space for the Ponyta and Lickitung. I think Lickitung is going to be a 10%, as it is relatively powerful, in terms of its total evolved base stats. We'll put in Ponyta to round this out. And it looks like that is going to be at 20. However, in the daytime, I think as a fire type, Ponyta makes a little bit more sense to be more common. So we'll do it here. As a new species, it will be a 50%. And then, of course, Lickitung is remaining as our 10% encounter. And then the other options are going to be Miltank and Tauros. Still relatively widely available. If I need to pick just one, I'm going to go ahead and lean towards the Miltank, I think. Wait, no, these are the 5% slots. So Tauros is 20 and 20. By the way, I'm having a really hard time seeing if this is working on YouTube. It finally loaded. Sorry for the slight delay there. It's just over in the streaming software. It doesn't actually update me that it is successfully going. So I need to reload the page and make sure it was working. Alright, so Lickitung, Ponyta, Tauros, and Miltank. Ponyta, I think, is probably going to be a pretty rare encounter at night. So what if I switch it with Lickitung? Maybe at night, Lickitung would come out and eat the food that, when it isn't being disturbed. So we will make Ponyta the 10% here. And Lickitung will be a little bit more common. And then, of course, as always, round it out with the Miltank and Tauros. Well, actually, at nighttime. I mean, this is how we are able to sneak in Flaffy. The electric tails light up and kind of serve as a little bit of protection. A natural safeguard against the Lickitung that wish to steal all the food. Yeah, I could see putting in Umbreon and Espeon somewhere. But I think that's actually probably a really good idea for the bell tower. Given that Ho-Oh created the legendary beast, and people tend to think that the resurrected Pokemon, were initially evolutions. If we go into the bell tower and fill it with a bunch of Eevee, and its evolutions on each floor, I think that would make for a really thematic tie-in to Ecruteak, especially given the Kimono girls are in the city as well. And it would explain where they all found their Eevees. As in the normal games, you are only able to get Eevee from built-in Goldenrod. It isn't found in the wild. So where are they keeping all the Eevees for an entire clan of Kimono girls to be able to do it? I do think Arcanine is a fun fit for some of the higher levels of the bell tower. Like maybe we do one for each of the evolutions, and then have like Arcanine on one of the floors as well. As it is like a 10 floor tower. So there is a ton of space for many fun and interesting encounters. I might even put something like Scyther there, as it's one of those older Pokemon that has like a Hisuian evolution. And while we're not in the Gen 4 games, I think Scyther really fits with the vibe as kind of like this traditional woodcutter. Like if they were making a Pokemon set piece in like Edo, Japan era, I think Scyther would fit into the village super naturally. But the bell tower is something we'll actually go ahead and write it all down a little bit later. Let's go ahead and see what the next section is. All around city, of course, no wild grass there. So, Route 40. That is a surf route. I'm going to be doing the water at a later time. Now, for the Whirl Islands, there is actually something a little bit weird. Initially, my plan for the Whirl Islands was to include all of the fossil Pokemon. However, despite the name, if we look inside of the cave map, you'll notice there is not a ton of water here. And that makes me feel a little bit awkward including them compared to something like, say, a Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn, I was initially going to put in the lower levels of Union Cave. But if we go look at Union Cave, you'll notice there is a ton of water. I feel like they completely messed up the maps of these two caves. Why does the Whirl Islands have less water than this random cave in the start of the game? And welcome, Crimson. Yeah, I spent a few hours, a week or two ago updating the model, did a small outfit change and a hair swap to better fit, the multicolor theme going on with the eyeballs and the stickers. I think it looks, relatively good. But what was I saying? Right, so in the Whirl Islands, I want to put Pokemon like Rhyhorn. Or maybe even rare Pokemon like Steelix and Rhyperior. Obviously, it does not fit very well, with this being a level 20s area. So I might be making the Whirl Islands a little bit more of a dangerous dungeon. One you aren't meant to track until after you've gotten all of your gym badges. I think part of it is the Whirl Islands, of course, are home to Lugia. So if you're a dirty, Soul Silver player, you're forced to come here, I think, to grab Lugia. But as a Heart Gold themed ROMHack, the Whirl Islands should be optional until much later. So if I kind of just boost all of these levels by 10, it suddenly becomes a lot more reasonable to be including a Pokemon like Steelix or Rhyperior, or maybe just Rhydon. these big rock steel types that kind of fit the theme of an island surrounded by whirlpools, incredibly difficult to get to, and filled with incredibly tough creatures. The kind of thing you would see in a ton of RPGs. Yeah, Crimson, I would say, Porygon is definitely in my top 5, for Pokemon. I like Porygon 2 just a little bit more, but Porygon is very close. The color scheme of the outfit is even inspired by it. Before I was making the Duel Links videos, I was making Pokemon stuff. So I went with the Porygon theming. And then before the Pokemon stuff, I was doing Cross Duel. But when I was doing the Cross Duel stuff, I had a different avatar that I don't use anymore. So what kind of Pokemon fit in here? I mean, maybe we go all the way up to Crobat as kind of our cave representative. And then, like I said, I want a Steelix in here. But there's also a base floor. So, I think Steelix is going to be base floor exclusive. Whereas something like a Rhyhorn could appear on the top floors with no problem. I think I probably don't have a need to differentiate between day and night for a cave. Crimson, it is saved. Let me see if I can load it for you. One moment. Okay, so, this is the model I was using during the Cross Duel videos. But it did not really fit, or I wanted to do the redesign to get something a little bit more Pokemon inspired. This outfit is a little bit more specifically based on the kind of purple I think you'd get from crossing Super Robo. Let me just pull them up. Super. Vaguely based on the colors from these. But other than that, wait, okay, so I see a bunch of chat messages just showed up above my head, but they aren't showing up in my log. Oh, Carrot, we are switching right back, actually. I was just showing off the model based, that I was using a few years ago. Anyway, let me go ahead and go check the chats here. Alright, I can go ahead and, ban the Ilushka. And then I think that should be just about it. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled ROMHack discussion. I think something like Nidoking and Nidoqueen could kind of replace the Steelix that I want to put on the low floor. Have the Nidos up here on the top. And maybe even a Primate. This actually could be, a pretty good place to include additional fighting type Pokemon, since it is right next to Cianwood City, and would be a good explanation for why Chuck uses Poliwrath as his ace, using Poliwrath to surf and Whirlpool into the Whirl Islands for training, where you can find a ton of strong fighting types. I think this is actually a pretty good idea. So what's gonna be the rare one? I mean, actually, what if we did something a little bit interesting? And make it based on the time of day. For example, in the morning, we are going to have, let's say a 30% chance of a Hitmonchan. A 20% chance of a Hitmonlee, and a 10% chance of Hitmontop. And of course, this is going to be on the top floor. And then on the bottom floor, we're going to be doing the stuff like Rhydon and Steelix. But then in the day, we are more balanced. So we're going to have a 20% chance of Hitmonchan, a 30% chance of Hitmontop, and then only a 10% for Hitmonlee. And of course, I'm going to go ahead and round it out with Hitmonlee being the most common during the night. And after this, we just need to kind of decide what other Pokemon are going to show up here. I think Primate is a given, but I'm not sure about the others. I think a clean 20% for Primate at all times of day makes sense. Yeah, I think Machamp would fit here. Or maybe something like Pinsir as well. It kind of fits me, it kind of hits me as one of those Pokemon that would love to brawl. And is anything from Johto that would make a lot of sense here. Nothing is immediately standing out except for those Crobat. So I think, this is how we are going to do it. Put in Primate as a 20%. And then what do we have left? Another 20. So we can do Machamp and Crobat. I think Sneasel's probably gonna just end up over in the ice cave. I don't think Sneasel would do very well against all of these huge fighting Pokemon. So, this covers only one floor of the cavern. As we head into the depths, we are going to be able to do even more interesting Pokemon here. Let's give Rhydon and Steelix clean 20% encounter rates. And then we are also going to be doing 20% for the Nidos. But I'm going to be splitting that among the two of them. So Nidoking and Nidoqueen both get 10%. Have to make sure I don't accidentally make any typos that ruin the references here. My Oki is generally a little rough. Oh, I didn't put the pincer in up there. So I need to put pincer in the bottom, since I think it just is really fitting. Clefable. That is a tough one. I think it does make a lot of sense as kind of like an old Pokemon. That could theoretically show up in an area like this. I am worried if they have any moves, though. I know sometimes with Stone Evolution, well, I guess Nidoking and Nidoqueen would have the same problem, where it is only going to have, well, you can't put TM moves on a wild, unfortunately. So maybe these Nidos aren't going to be as threatening as they could be. Unless we go way too hard. I don't think level 43 is quite appropriate here. That is Elite 4 level Pokemon. So they're going to have Thrash, Poison Sting, Peck, and Focus Energy. I mean, at least Thrash is a decent move. So it isn't terrible. We also, of course, do have Lugia here. So, if we take a look at the map of the Whirl Islands, the base floor does have some, well, it actually has none of the water in Heart Gold Soul Silver. But I kind of want to keep the Seal as kind of like an ice water type that would live here. Yeah, Draco, this is Lugia. So I want to have some sort of water representation. So, I mean, I could also put something like Quagsire. since they are also a ground type. It fits into the atmosphere not too shabbily. I will be keeping Seal, but is there any other Pokemon that I think kind of fits here? I mean, it would be interesting if I dropped in the Unknown. As part of this, it's a super ancient, inaccessible island. But I mean, the Ruins of All already have them. Also, Clodsire would actually be a great choice. If I'm putting it in, which honestly I think I might. Okay. Where do I put it? I mean, if I give Clodsire a 10%, is that good enough? I mean, maybe this is also a place to put Giraffe. Kind of these, later Pokemon. Are there any other? I mean, I guess Cleavor would be the other one. That immediately comes to mind as fitting in the area. I don't think this is quite the spot for an Ursaluna. But with all of these heavy hitters, Seal is feeling pretty outclassed. So we're gonna go with Dugong. And now I'm feeling pretty good about this area. 2 floors, both packed with exciting Pokemon to capture, and ones that seem pretty tough. Appropriate for a late game location. The levels might be adjusted a little bit later on. Honestly, I think Ursaluna, is really strong. Like, in the original games, Pokemon like Mischievous are locked until the very end of the game at Mount Silver. But that's the kind of place I think Ursaluna belongs. Teddiursa, Ursaring, going to be available much, much earlier in the game. But for a fully evolved Pokemon like that, I think it needs to be in Kanto. Since it's still going to be accessible to players, that decide to raise up the Teddiursa. So it isn't like we're completely abandoning it into the post-game. So, what is next? Oh, apparently it's more Whirl Islands. I somehow missed that there is another base floor. Okay, and that is the one with the Lugia and the water. So we can move the Dugong down here. But what do we put in its place? I think maybe we just give, Vidon and Steelix a little bit more encounter rate. Okay. But now at the very bottom, this is where we will find Dugong. But not just that, we're definitely going to be running into some Kabutops and some Amistar. I think 30% on both fossils is solid. And Dugong as a 20% also feels right. 1, 2, 3. That is 6. Okay. So, 20, 20, 10, 10, 10, 10, 5, 5, 4, 4, 1, 1. Okay. Making sure I didn't put in the wrong number of lines. Kingler does work. Especially since Krabby would have been here anyway. Kingler as a 10% seems fine with me. And then I can either increase the encounter rates on something or to find one more species. Maybe Kingdra, for example. Or, well, maybe just Seadra. Make the players... Well, okay. There is water. Kingdra and Seadra would be in the surf tiles, not on the land. So, I could put in a Larvitar. Since Larvitar is another one of those Pokemon, that is post-game only in the originals. This puts Larvitar, still as a bit of a late-game find, but does make it accessible. And I think it kind of fits the ancient theme of the area due to all of the mysterious markings on it. Though, it might be more appropriate on one of the higher levels. That is probably the tough part. But maybe it is intentionally trying to find these tougher opponents. I'm going to also put it at a pretty high level, since Tyranitar is basically going to be completely unusable. Requiring level 55 to fully evolve. A-level players are almost certainly not going to be able to reach without a strong push from us in their encounter level. However, for now, let's go ahead and just leave it as is. And I think that should be everything we want to put into here. Base floor 3 is fake. So we are just going to copy the previous area. And although, it may have taken us a little bit longer than we expected, I think we are finally done with that area. Cianwood City, of course, is not going to have much of anything. So, Route 42. This is the one just east of Aquatique City. Are there any interesting encounters? Apparently this is where we find Meryl. So I am going to need to look to see if we have already done it elsewhere. And you don't even find Meryl here in the remakes. Okay, so what I'm going to do is check for Meryl. Mount Mortar. That is way too late into the game. So, Meryl is absolutely going to go here. And I suppose I will keep Mankey and Flaffy as well. But I want Meryl to be the main attraction. So it is getting a 50% encounter rate. To make sure players are able to find it with ease. Johto Pokemon should be available widely. Similarly, I will give Flaffy a 20%. And then Mankey can round out a little bit more. But we are going to need something to finish it off. This is an area with like 2 little small ponds. So I'm very tempted to make Politoed the rare encounter. It seems pretty fitting to me. But maybe it should just be Poliwhirl instead of all the way in the fully evolved form. It's something I will give a little bit more thought to as we revisit and rebalance it. But I definitely like the idea of putting the line in this route. It seems perfect for them. And that one is a little bit easier to deal with. Mount Mortar, we just spent a ton of time over in a cave. So I think we are going to skip it for now. If we get to Ice Path, we will do that one. However, it looks like next up is Route 43. And there are no interesting Pokemon apart from Girafarig. Venonat, Pidgey, Rattata, Sentry, all of these Pokemon already have plenty of representation. So I already know we are going to be making Girafarig. a 50% encounter here. And other than that, I think it is going to be time to play a round of importing a Pokemon that is otherwise difficult to acquire. Something that might be Kanto only. We're moving up to a big lake. Corsola, not quite. I think maybe Smeargle could fit here. I think it fits the kind of mysterious vibes of the area. But it's also a spot I don't mind putting Sneasel. As that'll save some room in the ice path for other Pokemon. So if we give Sneasel a 30%. That does round things out pretty nicely. But who else kind of belongs in this area? I'm thinking, and maybe throw in the Electabuzz, since we've done Lickitung and Magmar, but not Electabuzz. I do think Electabuzz is available elsewhere as an Elekid. But I think it kind of just makes sense. Maybe we'll do Electabuzz as... Oh, sorry. We are currently on Route 43. Which is just south of the Rake and north of Mahogany Town. So I have Girafarig, a natural spawn here, Sneasel to represent the icy Mahogany Town. I'm going for Electabuzz. To round out some regional theming I've been doing with other spawns. But that is gonna leave room for one more encounter. And I mean, it's probably gonna be Execute. It seems kind of tropical and watery. Which means maybe Sneasel isn't quite right. But I think Sneasel works, because we're next to Mahogany. And then, is there anybody else that I think fits here? Nothing is immediately standing out. So I'm gonna put in the egg and work from there. However, I think I'm gonna make the egg more common during the morning. And then it's Sneasel. More common at night. But I also am going to need to take a quick break after this one. Refill my water, etc. As we've been streaming for a while. So let's do this, then swap Sneasel. With Execute. And then Electabuzz remains a 10% at all times of day. And I think during the morning, we can actually split the difference a little bit. So, equal encounters during the morning, but execute during the day. And Sneasel priority during the night. But with that said, we have just finished an hour of Pokemon. So, I'm gonna go get some water. And then, we might do a little bit more of this, but it also might be time to move on to the next activity. I'm going to think about it a little bit while I'm gone. Be back in a couple of minutes. And we are back, or we should be. However, I am not seeing this load. And there it is. We did a little bit of work on the Pokemon ROMHack. But next, it's time to play a little bit of Pokemon. We are working through 2,400 orders. And as you can see, we are only on order 400 or so. We have plenty of game left to play. And I have banked up a little bit of stamina. Oh, I just changed the topic. So let's update it on Twitch. And welcome Paco. So our Neopets opponent is still not quite ready. So we're gonna be doing this for a little bit until then. Let's start by clearing out what we can. And then, I believe Audino has an ability that just makes a ton of megaphones. So that should be pretty convenient for that part of the mission. And after that, all we need to do is score points. Which should be no problem at all. However, getting to the 3 stars may pose a bigger threat. Let's see what we're able to do with Audino's skill. Unfortunately, it is all RNG thanks to the megaphones. But with 4 moves, I think we should have no problem clearing out the last gimmicks. And there we go. Paco, if you happen to already know how to play Neopets, I could play against you. Or I could also try teaching you on Tabletop Simulator. If you are interested in playing around with the starter decks until my opponent that I scheduled with is ready. But if the Neopets TCG is not something you are interested in, that is fine as well. Or of course, if you're busy. Alright, so next level. And obviously we would have preferred a Pokemon with a chocolate specialty. But we are going to free up all of these gimmicks at once. And just try to hit as many as possible. Over and over. It looks like Chimchar should be clearing all of those. But it misses one of the whipped cream. So we try again. Looping around for as many of them as we can get. But I miss the 2 chocolates over there. We'll make a big combo, trying to bring in another Chimchar skill. But they now are only 1 move away from breaking. So we are going to save the skill for the Dish Up. 2 moves left. I mean, obviously what we need to do is use Chimchar to break both of those. And then get them in line. So Chimchar's skill will clear them all out. And this should be a perfect 0 moves remaining. 3-star finish. And with this, Dragonite will actually be joining the team here. Fortunately for us, it was only 1 heart away. And after many drinks served to the Dragonite, we are going to be able to unlock it, which is an important step in unlocking even more Pokemon. The way this game works is we have the menu development here, and as you can see, raising the levels of various Pokemon brings new customers, and then serving those customers and raising their level gets us even more. I've been stuck here for a while now. Sudowoodo, for example, I need 3 more of its cookies to unlock the level cap and be able to get it to level 15. And then Dragonite, I'm still going to need to serve 4 or 5 more times before it's fully ready to go. But I'm not super concerned. In the meantime, I have no problems just going for whoever we can and slowly raising our level. There are a ton of orders to get through, and I'm sure by the time we reach 2,400, we will be able to put everybody on our team. So I think I just want to focus on clearing out those olives first. And maybe these as well. Push the items away so the tomatoes fall into the hole. Oh, but they don't go there. I see the issue now. What we actually need to be doing is clearing space around it. So that they are able to fall into there. And I think that is going to be a tough level for us. Pikachu is able to get us a little bit of the way there, but only 1 star. Audino should be an easier level. Munchlax has a matching specialty for the vegetable crate, and has a skill that shouldn't be all too bad for clearing out the ketchups either. Let's bring in the Bulbasaurs as well here, just working on building up combos and clearing as many vegetables as possible. Then with a bigger combined skill, we clear out a few of these, fire off our megaphones, and just like that, we are even closer. All we need to do is use a single megaphone here. And activating the special skill will count, as it makes 2 and fires them for us. Alright, just a few moves left. I will say the 3-star is looking to be pretty difficult, if you ask me. remain are the 2 ketchup bottles. If we can somehow loop them around close to each other. Unfortunately, so close. All we needed was for the megaphone to point down, and we would have had it. But we still are going to grab 2 of the cookies for Audino, so it's not a loss. We'll just go with the recommended Curlia here. Usually, they recommend it based on the shape of the level. As you can see, Curlia's special skill should be quite useful for clearing all of these zigzagged patterns. Bring in the Plusles, and then some Whimsicott to just hit as many of these as we can. Curlia to grab our special skill, and weaken the pumpkin as well. Clearing out this one, as we are going to need to clear the cans with either a skill or a megaphone. No other options for them, but we can make plenty of progress with regular old linking. Curlia clearing out there, and there we go. Mission is complete, though we definitely are not going to be doing any additional stars. So we serve up the Starly and grab a milestone cookie. As long as we're clearing the level, I don't mind 1-starring on a milestone for the ones we are trying to actually still get the cookies to level up. It's definitely a little bit inconvenient when we don't score well. For example, on this one, I would like to be able to score a little bit higher if possible. And I mean, I think Slurpuff should be able to do pretty well. As you can see, a basic skill clears out a ton of items. And then we'll bring in a Bulbasaur to kind of try looping around. I failed the loop miserably, but we are going to clear a ton of the items this time. Activate another skill, and all the gimmicks are now here for us. Plusle, we have a lot of them, so it should be able to get plenty of points. Then Slurpuff loops around here, and all that's left is a single gimmick. Slurpuff comes in and finishes the job. Moving on to the 3-star challenge with 5 moves left. If we bring in this, we are going to unlock everything. And then we use Slurpuff to clear out the chestnuts. We have a ton of Plusle, so let's use that for this. And it'll clear the score requirement. And now all we need to do is have Slurpuff finish off the chestnuts. And with the happy bonus, Plusle gains 5 cookies. Which I think might be enough to unlock the level cap on it. I was incorrect. Still need 2 more. But here is Sudowoodo. As long as we're able to clear the level, we are going to be in a pretty good spot. Everything is coated in oil. So I'm going to just move Celebi around to try to get as many of them as possible opened. Then we use the Starly to start clearing the chocolates. Big combined skill to hit as many of these as possible. And it'll also make plenty of megaphones for us. Starly one more time, clearing out the other chocolate. And we'll see what megaphones we get. Looks like it'll be another 1-star finish. But thanks to the happy bonus, Sudowoodo is actually going to be going all the way up to 10. And then we are out of stamina, but we are actually able to receive a bonus 5 here. And continue playing. We could aim for the plusle, but I think unlocking a new customer makes the most sense. Sobble appears to match 2 of the gimmicks, which should be great news. Unfortunately, it looks like we are possibly going to be having some difficulties with these cans. As you can see, the Sobble skill only shoots downwards. So we don't have much in the way of a method for clearing the other 4 items. We're going to need to rely on finding megaphones that shoots to the right specifically. Well, actually, we are in a decent spot now. Let's just combine. How did all of that miss? Okay. It finally decided to start working. And I'm somehow missing a single egg. But with 3 moves left in the 3-star challenge, I'm feeling somewhat confident. Though maybe I shouldn't be. It does appear there are plenty of gimmicks to clear. I'm going to need to get a ton of points and finish both milk bottles and hit the eggs as well. Unfortunately, not enough score, but a 2-star finish could be worse. We're going to need to do another visit with Torterra either way, so it's not a big deal. Let's go ahead and bring in Squirtle. Also, you can see at the start of the previous mission, it was suggesting Gengar, a Pokemon I do not own. So it, I guess they expected me to already own it based on menu development. But unfortunately, it did not work out that way. Bring in the Pokemon to try clearing out as much as we can. Squirtle should be good for some of this. But we somehow missed all of the popcorns. Well, at least the vegetables are done. And we do clear that as well. They fortunately give us a ton of moves here. So I think we are just barely going to move on to the 3-star challenge. But unless there's something really easy to clear out, it's not happening. Surprisingly, we did actually clear 2 of the gimmicks. Another few turns would have been pretty good for us. Oh, and the music does need to be restarted. So, there we go. Next order is for Executor. And we are not doing great on the gimmick coverage. However, Weasel does shoot a perfect skill for this kind of area. Let's go ahead and start by just clearing out as much as we can. We want to spawn in 2 variants of his skill. Then, with the combined power, we'll be able to clear a ton of gimmicks all at once. And it's looking like we will be able to do it again, leaving just a lone ketchup bottle, which will be removed by the megaphone. With 3 moves left, we have a chance. But probably not a very high one. I was hoping that would not be in the ice block. In that case, it's game over. Only a single star. But you can see, once again, just 3-ish more moves. And we would have been fine. Or just a little bit better coverage on the gimmicks. Starting yet another one, where we only are covering a lone gimmick. In this case, it is the mayonnaise. So it is pretty important to be able to clear them. I will continue using the Starly. And then go for a big combined skill, which should create a ton of megaphones, but none of them hit my target. Our megaphone goal is going to be reached as we clear out this. And all that's left is the score. 3 moves left, and not much remains. We are able to clear all of them with a single turn, but then 1 move to finish the popcorn. And we actually do have a megaphone. So Starly clutches it up and lands 3 stars. Okay, so Weasel gives us 5 milestone cookies. And we have enough for 1 more round with the happy bonus. Executor is good with chocolates, which otherwise require 5 hits or a skill to clear. And I can definitely see where they want us to be placing that. Let's clear out a little bit of space here, and then use Sobble to try reducing the blight of honeys. One more Executor. Oh, but then it clears back up there. Okay, but I think we bring Executor and just calmly slice it around the bottom. 3 moves left to finish things out. I had a skill, but it is not currently accessible. We need to somehow get it in there. But we might have needed a combined one for it to actually function. Unfortunately. But we do manage to get a 2nd star anyway. And that'll conclude the happy bonus. As we are out of stamina and time. And that means, it may be time for another quick break. I should probably check in, with the Neopets opponent and see if they are going to be ready anytime soon. So we are going to be right back, and we might be doing another game when I return. we are back, and I have spoken to my opponent. They need another 10 or 15 minutes to make their deck. So, we have time, to do another route or 3. In our ROMHack. I am updating the Twitch category over to Heart Gold and Soul Silver. And then we are going to be just about ready to go with Neopets once this finishes. Alright, so Route 44 is east of Mahogany, and on the way towards towards the ice path. It looks like they have taken a few of my ideas here and put in the Lickitung and Poliwhirl lines, when I just went ahead and made them more accessible elsewhere. I do think the Weepinbell would be good if it weren't for the fact Bellsprout is already so widely available near the start of the game. I think for sure we need to be giving the spotlight over to Oddish and Gloom instead of these guys. We'll go ahead and keep the Tangela as well, but I think Lickitung can probably be replaced with some other Pokemon like Doduo. That might match the vibe here. I mean, it looks like it is a combination of grass and water. That would be a good home for many different species of Pokemon. Generation 4 actually removes the Poliwhirls from the grass and leaves them in the surf. But I'm not a huge fan of that. I think we can fit one more line in here, apart from Oddish, Tangela, and Doduo. Are there any Pokemon that we kind of haven't highlighted yet? We are getting later into the game here. So it would make a lot of sense to make sure all of our bases are covered. I am pretty sure I gave Yanma some space near National Park. So that one is handled. Maybe we can go and just throw in the Wobbuffet here. Or Gligar. But Gligar is south of Blackthorn, so it kind of already has a pretty natural fit elsewhere. Obviously we're going to be doing Swinub inside of the ice path, and I'm pretty sure I already gave Skarmory a slot, earlier in the region. That means we have actually just about covered everything. Except for Chansey. And by extension, Blissey. So rather than Lickitung, we replace it with another big, bulky, pink, normal type. And that is what we are going to be doing. None of these Pokemon belong to Johto natively. None of them are newly introduced Johto Pokemon. So we'll focus instead on highlighting the species that have not had a chance previously. So I think that's going to be Chansey and Doduo. at 30% each. Then we put in Tangela as a 25. And we round it out with the Gloom at 15. So one additional slot over for Tangela. And then Gloom rounds it out. And I mean, you could argue Gloom fits a little bit better as a nighttime spawn. But I don't think it's super necessary. Unless you want to get a little bit fancy and increase Tangela during the morning. But this should be fine. As is. Alright, and now we are in the ice path. And of course, Swinub is going to be a 50% encounter. Oh, welcome, Lord Boo. I hope you're having a good day. How are you? Other than Swinub, I think we also can put Sneasel in here. I know we put Sneasel up near the Lake of Rage as well. But players are more likely to be looking at this. Yeah, so we are working on a Heart Gold ROMHack. Currently just going through all of the encounter tables. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, we updated all of the gym leaders, and I have a video on that on my YouTube channel. But this has been taking me a pretty long time, and I want to fix the encounter tables next, so I haven't been able to make a video, and figured I'd be able to get some value out of streaming the process, kind of explaining my thought process, and giving me a little bit of reference material while making the video. We are going through a few more routes, and I'm going to be playing some of the Neopets TCG, which only released a few months ago. I don't have all too much experience with it, but I did build myself a basic deck, and I'm hoping it is good enough to put up a fair fight with my opponent, who I found on a Discord server for the game. But back to this. Swinub, Sneasel, and Jinx are all great ice types. But we do have a few more slots available. And I'm thinking maybe I just throw in Seal here. It's an ice type. I think it fits. And nothing else is really jumping out at me. I mean, maybe something like a Staryu or Starmie. Obviously Lapras is accounted for here. And Glaceon, I'm putting in the Bell Tower. So I think it basically has to be Seal, rounding out the species list. Seal on its own is a pure water type, but it evolves into an ice type, no problem. And that means it fits pretty well. I could give Sneasel a higher encounter rate during the evening. But I think 20% is okay. I guess I'll make it a 30. And maybe seals can be... Well, no, I want to keep it at least 20. And we'll just make seal a little bit rarer at night. It is not a ice type anyway, so it makes sense to be a little bit rarer. Whereas Jinx is rarer because it's more powerful. What is the general conceit? I guess I would probably call it legacy style. If you're referring to things like the crystal and yellow ROMHacks. I'm planning to just kind of make the Pokemon more available, make the gym leaders a little bit more difficult, but it's not trying to be like a Kaizo hack in difficulty terms. And while I'm going to be buffing some Pokemon, I'm not sure I would call it primarily focused on the balance either. It's more about increasing playthrough diversity with additional route encounters, importing the Johto Pokemon from Kanto into places they belong, and also even the Kanto Pokemon. For example, I mentioned it earlier on the stream, but Pikachu is a Kanto exclusive Pokemon in Gen 2. So I want to bring it forward somewhere around maybe National Park, to make it a usable, in a playthrough. And then I'm going to be updating the Rocket, teams. One of the biggest changes, is that the boss fights are going to be available from, the boss fights are going to be double battles, with the exception of Jasmine and maybe one or two others. But that is going to be one of the big changes. Every major battle from Whitney on, with the exception of Jasmine maybe, is a double battle. And that should help out a lot with things like the Goldenrod Radio Tower having 2 bosses with 3 Pokemon each. I'd love to be able to combine that into a single 6 Pokemon battle. Or maybe 2 4 or 5 Pokemon battles. To make it a little bit more of a, challenge. So, Jasmine, in the lore reason, is simply that, the regulations weren't going to, so Jasmine spends a lot of time at the lighthouse taking care of Amphi. So it's entirely possible Jasmine would miss a memo from the Pokemon League about the updated format. The actual gameplay reason is that as a Steel-type specialist, they are very defensive. So I wanted to design Jasmine's team around entry hazards. And those are much weaker in a double battle environment. Pokemon like Steelix with Curse or Skarmory with Stealthrock and Spikes are much more effective in the single battle arena. And as a Steel specialist, Janine. Yeah, I think over in Kanto, it will be double battles. Though I could totally see someone like Blue deciding that they don't like the idea and completely ignore it. So Blue might be a single battles based on if I think it would fit his personality more. But yeah, Jasmine for the Steel types. And general disconnection from the league. At least that's the kind of the feeling I get from Jasmine. But where were we? Looks like we're finishing up the ice path. or moving on to the second floor of it. I honestly don't expect the second floor to be particularly different. But, I mean, I guess we can check. Like, this is basically identical. Except they make Sneasel slightly more common as the things go on. Except Sneasel's not even here in Generation 4. Oh, I forgot Delibird. That is definitely an important inclusion for the ice path. But the thing is, I also do want Seal. So I'm thinking it's gonna be Delibird on the first floors and Seal on the later ones. Engelbird makes more sense on the base floors. I'm open to the idea. What is it? Something I had been considering is turning Present into a Pollen Puff clone, where it deals damage to the opponent, but heals an ally in a double battle. Oh, and it sounds like you were on the same wavelength there. I think it is a pretty good idea. And honestly, I'm thinking since Pollen Puff is a move in the engine I'm using, I should be able to make it happen. I am not personally technically proficient in editing all these move datas, but if it is simply redirecting or just copying and pasting the stats and effects from Pollen Puff over to Present, that should be doable. And I think that is basically the point of the engine I'm using, is to make as much of it simple, pasting in the information you want, rather than needing to go learn machine code, or anything silly to be making a ROMHack. I tried doing a Fire Red Leaf Green hack, and while it is complete, at least in theory, there are several bugs introduced by incredibly minor changes that I was trying to do. I think it accidentally messed with the offsets, and I have no idea how to fix the Fire Red hack other than re-downloading a fresh ROM and re-implementing everything from the beginning. But I want to instead focus on making this one first, since that one is technically complete and the bugs do have workarounds. Like, for example, I gave the players the National Pokedex at the start of Fire Red Leaf Green. And then, because you have the National Pokedex, it triggers the Lorelei leaving the Elite Four. But you're still able to battle the original Elite Four if you use Walk Through Walls. So I'd rather be working on the Heart Gold ROMHack rather than redoing everything for the Fire Red Leaf Green for minor updates. Offsets. I know all of the bugs, or I know all of the Kurt balls are bugged, but they're all bugged in weird enough ways that I don't remember which one is which. But it is entirely possible. I think there are a lot of them where it's like just a typo. I think maybe it is the Love Ball that doesn't work the way it's intended because they just like typoed the 0 or the 1. Well, let's look up Moonball. Oh, okay. So Moonball is the Burn Heal one. Yeah, that sounds like them just putting in the wrong number. So early generations, due to the limited size of the cartridges and the primitive languages being used to code on a Game Boy, instead of having the ability to do something like this, where we define a table of the Pokemon or items and then can refer to them by species, you would have to manually input every single Pokemon ID. So instead of Swinub, I don't actually know the Pokedex number, but imagine it was 204. You'd have to be typing it like that every time. And then anytime you want to make a change, you actually have to make sure you don't just like make the wrong number. There is a theory that this actually happened to Basculin in Generation 5. So Basculin has a catch rate. That doesn't sound right. It's been increased. That is not its catch rate in Gen 5. Yeah, okay. So Basculin had a catch rate of 25. And 25 is incredibly difficult. But if we look over at other Pokemon, like Magikarp, they have to 55. So there are people who theorize Basculin was not meant to be impossible to capture, but rather, that they forgot to add the other 5 in, which, while I'm not entirely sure I believe it, is very funny to me. So I will choose to believe it, even if it's false. For reference, Mewtwo is a 3. Lickitung is 45. So this is something that's really difficult to capture. Let's go with Tauros. These extremely tough Pokemon to capture are 45s. And Basculin has been 25 since Generation 5, apparently until a patch in Scarlet and Violet. I'm thinking maybe Basculin was easier to capture in Legends Arceus, since it got the evolution. And that's probably being carried forward into Scarlet and Violet. But that is only conjecture. I don't actually know if they changed it in Legends Arceus or not. But anyway, so we put Seal on the lower paths, and that should be getting us into Blackthorn City. And then, once we get down out of Blackthorn City, Route 45, should be a good one. As you can already see, Gligar is here. And so is Skarmory and Teddiursa, and even Donphan. I think these are some great additions, and much more relevant than something like Geodude and Graveler. Geodude is going to be widely available in an early cave. So let's write down the Pokemon I actually want to have appear here. I think Graveler is allowed to stay. It is an evolved Pokemon and deserves a slightly lower encounter rate. But then we have Gligar, we have Skarmory, and we have Donphan. This is a post-8th gym route. I think putting in super cool Pokemon like Gligar and Donphan is a good idea. In fact, since we already have all these other evolved Pokemon, I might even make Gliscor a rare spawn. Let's call it a 5% for a Gliscor. And I think Graveler at 5% is fine as well. So we'll go ahead and edit these to be Gliscor. And then we're going to need to make sure Gligar, the unevolved form, also has a healthy spawn rate. But first, Skarmory also needs to be well represented. I think Skarmory and Gligar can both hang out at around 30%. And that should be reasonable. Makes you more likely than not to encounter a new Pokemon on your first visit into the route. And then we also want Donphan. And the reason I said Donphan rather than Phanpy is that I put Phanpy and Teddiursa on Route 46, the one that you're able to access in the little cove right at the start of the game. So putting the evolved forms does make some sense to me. But they are able to be rarer spawns because the base Pokemon were already available earlier in the game. So that means Ursaring and Donphan are both coming in with 10% spawn rates. And then we are able to capture the first 6 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's going to leave us with a little bit of extra space. Which honestly I might use to boost up Gligar and Graveler. I want to keep Gliscor as a rare spawn. But I think Gligar should be a little bit more common than Skarmory because it is weaker. Gligar, and finish it off with Graveler. Now, I do want to make sure I didn't accidentally paste the wrong number. So, 20, 20, 10, 10, 10, 10, 5, 5, 4, 4, 1, 1. Okay. And I'm pretty sure that all looks good. Alright, you can see over here, Route 46 is a location I've already dealt with. Teddiursa, available in the morning. Phanpy, available at night. And both of them sharing the spotlight during the day, alongside Geodude and Spearow. Honestly, all 4 of these Pokemon are pretty solid. Choices for a run-through. Except maybe not the Spearow. But only because there is a gifted Spearow in the Johto games. And why would you not want the boosted experience? Yeah, I think Ursaring is a good choice. Sorry, I only just saw the message, but you and I were thinking along the same wavelength. I am planning on adding future generation evolutions. So Ursaluna is going to be in the game. However, I think it's going to be something in Kanto. Earlier we were saying that might be one of those rare Mount Silver only Pokemon. But if you capture the Ursaring or the Teddiursa and raise it up, I'll figure out some way to make it evolve. Obviously there's not a moon tracker in Gen 4. So Moonstone is probably my best bet. Or maybe just making it a high level requirement. I don't know if there's a way I can make it be a level requirement and also a stone, but I could definitely see that being useful. Oh, and I have just been pinged over in the Neopets Discord. So that means we are going to be switching over to Tabletop Simulator. As you can see, I have set up a deck, and so has my opponent. So for those of you unfamiliar, oh wait, also let me go update over on Twitch. Update both the title and the category. I don't see an option for the TCG itself, so I'll just call it Neopets Browser. Yeah, so I've actually played both Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering, and Pokemon, and Hearthstone at a competitive level. But I am also brand new to this game here. I've played a single-digit number of times. So I'm definitely gonna be I think most of my viewers, including anyone who watches the VOD later, is not gonna be super familiar with this game, as it only came out a few months ago. Give me 1 second to make sure everything is set up, and we will be right underway. Be joining into the voice chat, so hopefully this all is going to work. Let me make sure my audio is set up for it though. And we should be ready to go. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, you seem very quiet to me. Could you try one more time?
Yeah, I am facing away from the mic. I know that affects it. I'll see if something in Windows screwed with the volume.
No problem.
Because I do have a directional mic.
I managed to get it working. I think it was on my end.
Oh, you got it working. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I know my mic comes through quiet even if I have max volume. Hi.
Alright, so, how much experience do you have with the game? I know I'm interested in it, but I've personally still only played maybe 5 or 6 rounds of this game.
I've played like 1 or 2 games with a friend for the most part.
So we're both relatively new, which should make it a good match. I did have the 2 starter decks set up over there, which I think you noticed, but you made your own deck here, right?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, for anyone who's not familiar with the game, we start by building a deck of 50 cards in what a Yu-Gi-Oh player would call the main deck. And then we have a set of 5 Neopets, which are collectible little creatures, not quite unlike Pokemon. Then there is also the Rainbow Pool, which is most similar to Yu-Gi-Oh's extra deck, featuring transformed, more powerful versions of your regular monsters. There are different types of paintbrushes. As you can see in my deck, I'm using some fire and rainbow options. The rainbow is a boost to every stat, while fire focuses on attack and agility, leaving behind the defense. I think I'll explain the rest of the types of cards as we go. So let me actually take a seat at the table, and then I believe you are able to play, or you're able to shuffle the deck with R, by the way, if you need help with the tabletop simulator commands.
Yeah, I definitely do.
Lord Boo is asking, is it like prize cards? It's actually similar to Pokemon if every Pokemon was a tag team GX. So basically, when 2 of your Neopets are knocked out, you lose the game. The main difference is the Pokemon do not start in the deck. So there's no searching for basics or evolution cards. I mean, I guess there is searching for the paintbrushes. But your 5 Neopets start outside the deck, and in a given round, you're only going to play up to 3 of them. Or maybe 4. I actually don't know how the Dr. Death card works. I don't know if that means
Dr.
lose
Death
the round
ends
immediately
the round as a loss
or
for you.
reset the round.
It ends the round as a loss.
Okay. That is what I figured. But it is good to have additional confirmation. Alright, so as you can see, we've both set up our Neopet deck, our Rainbow Pool, and our main deck. After shuffling with the R button, pressing 5 on the keyboard will allow you to draw 5 cards. Boo's asking, it's like having a basic extra deck and then an advanced extra deck. More or less, yes. So once you see your 5 cards, you're able to choose to keep them or send all 5 of them back into the deck and reshuffle. Unlike other games, it's not a choice mulligan. It is all 5 cards or none of them. And you get it once. My hand is not perfect, but it is serviceable enough that I'm tempted to keep it. Oh, I see you are over on the blue. Do you want me to move my deck over to there? Or do you want to move to the color that matches the playmat?
Whatever works here.
I guess it is easier for... Well, actually, if you already have your deck set up over there, let's change you to green. And then I think that you probably saw your hand disappear. I didn't actually see any of those, but here you go. So did you want to keep or mulligan?
I'll be keeping.
And then I believe we choose who's going first before picking the Neopet.
Alrighty.
So I rolled a 4. I guess roll 1 and see if it is higher or not.
Okay.
A 2. I will, I'll go first, I think. And now that we know who is going first, we are going to begin the game. And the reason it's important to see your, 1 second. Alright, so the reason it is important to know your starting hand and who's going first is that it will strongly influence which Neopet you want to start with. For example, I'm going to give away a little bit of information here. In my Neopet pool, I have Jub, a very defensive Pokemon, or a Neopet. It's probably not a great idea to start with this one if I have a great hand, as it's very likely to end up losing the round. But thanks to its high HP and defense, which I see is being blocked by my face, it's able to survive for a ton of rounds consecutively and help you fix your hand. But if your hand is good, you're probably going to want something with a little bit more attacking power. Also, the player that goes first can't attack on the first turn, so you're probably going to want something with a little bit of defense and agility. This Eerie card has 6 attack, but only 2 defense and 1 agility. So if I'm going to be getting attacked first, it might not be the best option, but it is also a good choice for a super aggressive start. I'm going to play it a little bit down the middle here, and just go with, this one. And if you are ready to begin, we will both flip them up, and this is a lot like Pokemon. The active Pokemon are placed face down, and then flipped at the beginning of a game. Alright, so I see a blue loop, blending all the stats pretty well together. And I'm running something not too dissimilar. The yellow Gellert has even stats across the board, whereas the loop is a little bit more on the aggressive side and with a little bit more HP. So, as you can see in the play area, there are 4 phases to each turn. First, I draw a card, and I'm even able to do that on the first turn of the game. Pressing the 1 button on my keyboard gives me 1 card. Then you are able to train, and I'm going to attach a Code Stone. There are 9 different Code Stones, but they can be categorized into 3 groups: attack, defense, and agility. So I'm going to attach an agility Code Stone, which provides +1 agility. The reason I'm doing this is so I can better defend from the opponent's attacks during my next turn. And we'll explain that when we get to it. But that is not all. By attaching a Code Stone, the level of a Neopet rises, equal to the number of Code Stones they have. So you'll see in the top left of each card, there is a number, and that is a level requirement to use the card. This is not too dissimilar to the concept of a mana pool or Pokemon's energy cards. However, you are only able to play a single card per turn. Lord Boo is correct. Code Stones do max out at 5 on a Neopet, so there are not going to be any of these level 6 cards. I do happen to have a 1-cost card in my hand, so I will play Castrolus. It allows me to draw 2 new cards, but then I am forced to discard 1. And while all these cards are useful, I think I can maybe get away with ditching the Hubert's Special Hot Dog. Food items like this hot dog are instant speed spells from Magic the Gathering. You still need to meet the level requirement, but you will find cards like counter spells on them. As you can see, Hubert's Special Hot Dog is a counter spell that counters other counter spells, and that's why I'm running it in the deck. The fourth and final phase is Battle, but on the first turn of the game, I am not able to attack, so it is now your move.
Cool. Alrighty, so draw. Okay, so train, Codestone. See. See, and then play Paintbrush here. I think Paintbrushes go in the void when you play them.
I'm not sure. I do know the hot dogs do. I literally don't own a rulebook, so.
Let me pull up the PDF then. I want to say they go into the void.
The only.
Or at the very least, they stay attached to your pet.
I think the only time it would come up is if you have a Jadora in your hand and are trying to like reuse a paintbrush on a later round. But I don't mind voiding them. And if we're playing it wrong, we can fix it the next time.
Yeah.
Or
I'm
I
going
do
through
know...
the rulebook right now.
Oh, okay. I was also going to say, I know a few people from the server are watching, so I think if we do anything wrong, they'll probably be like, hey, what are you doing? This isn't how it works. That is a big advantage to having the comment sections.
The paintbrushes. When you play paintbrush, your Neopet transforms. Okay. Place your active Neopet into the rainbow pool and place the paint. Okay. Then the paintbrush goes to the discard. Okay.
Okay. I think it's only food that goes to the void then. But paintbrushes, do you want to explain how they work?
Yeah, basically, it just lets your Neopet evolve, I guess, quote unquote, if you're using Pokemon terms. I don't know how it's been to Yu-Gi-Oh terms, and I don't know if there's evolution in Magic, but my frame of reference is Pokemon. So basically, since I played the Ghost Paintbrush here on my Lupe, I can now turn it into a Ghost Lupe. This thing flips, there we go. And it has increased stats and whatnot, maintains the Codestone, so still level 1. And let's see, I am able to attack since I'm going second here. I have 4 attack, okay.
You're actually at 5 thanks to the Codestone. And also, when a pet is painted, the original one actually goes into the rainbow pool, I believe.
Okay. Let's see. Place your active Neopet into the rainbow pool. Yeah, it does. Okay. Kind of weird and specific, but okay.
It's to prevent us from basically putting the loop back into the Neopet deck and then using it all 3 rounds. Yeah. Like, let's say there's one really well-statted Neopet. We can't just bring it out repeatedly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no, I just figured it either stay attached or go to the void, but let's see, attacking. So I have 5 attack. Select 5.
If you want, there is a dice roller located in the middle of the board. Yeah. So you've got 5 attack. I'm assuming you're not using your ghost effect then to gain 2 more.
Nah, we're just sticking with the base here.
And I've got 3 defense. So I will be rolling 3 dice, my defense, against Loop's 5 attack. Alright, so any roll that is 3 or higher will inflict 1 damage. In this instance, we actually happen to roll all successes. So,
Yep.
my 3 dice will block 3 of the damage. And unfortunately, I will be taking 2. Also worth noting, a 6 is a critical hit and cannot be blocked even by a successful defense. It doesn't deal any additional damage. 6s aren't worth 2 points, but they are able to let you get through even if I rolled 10 defense dice and they all came up successes. A 6 would still inflict damage. But after an attack, the turn is over. So it is now my turn to try turning this around. I'll go ahead and...
Did I do 2 or 3 damage to you here? The 6 cancels out your 6, and then your 5 and 4 cancel out of 5 and 4 for me.
Right, so I have 2 damage.
Wouldn't that be 3?
5 minus 3 is 2.
You block 3 of them?
Yes. The 6, the 5, and the 4 are all successes.
Yeah, and I had a critical success with a 6, and that cancels out your 6, right?
My 6 is able to block a 4.
Oh, you're doing it by that rule. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't...
Because I thought it was you just compare highest to highest in that order.
No, I don't believe so. I guess someone in chat can correct us if we're wrong, but I'm pretty sure I can block the 3 lowest. And then one of my chatters was asking, is there a side deck? I actually don't know, because a single game is already a best of 3. So I don't know if the rounds are playing 3 matches of best of 3s, or if it's just a single game with no side deck. Which is kind of what I've been assuming, is that it's just one game with 3 games in it. If
I don't
that
know.
makes
They haven't
sense.
released like an official format for this, and the only thing was like that Gen Con thing that in terms of being official. I think that was all best of ones.
All
But
right.
that was also like a bunch of people's starter decks and maybe a few booster packs.
Yeah, I do think it is maybe a little bit silly to call it the World Championship. When the game has only been out for 2 months and players aren't able to buy the cards on Amazon or TCG Player. But yeah, I think it is cool to see what did do well, as I'm sure there are some players who have full collections already. And we're very excited to test things out on a competitive level. But anyway, it is my move, so I'm gonna go ahead and attach an attack code stone. And then I will go ahead and equip the red Scorch Stone. L2 equipment that is able to reduce the damage taken by 2. And the way this works is, I'm actually able to block critical damage with this. So if we go back to our last round, my 3 dice would have blocked the other 3 dice here. But there still would have been 2 damage. With the Scorch Stone, after the damage number is finalized, I can then discard the Scorch Stone to reduce that damage. So it might help me turn this thing around. The loop is very tanky. But I believe in the Gellert. I'm going to go ahead and proceed into the battle phase. Would you like to activate the effect of your loop?
No, we're good for now.
I've got 4 dice, and I believe you also have 4.
Yep.
So we will roll. All right. That is 3 successes, and I have 4. Normally, that would only be 1 damage, but fortunately, 2 of my attacks are crits, so that's going to work out to 2 damage. But that's not all. Loop has an agility of 2, whereas I have an agility of 5. So I'm actually able to reroll up to 3 dice. Since this damage would be blocked, I'm going to reroll my 4 and 5 to try to get a 3rd critical hit. You can only reroll a dice 1 time. So even though my agility advantage is 3, I'm only going to be able to reroll 2 dice here, as I don't have another one to reroll. Let's reroll this, and unfortunately, no more crits. So that'll be 2 damage to Loop.
Alrighty. Oh.
And then if you hover over the die and press the number, it'll change to that face.
Okay, yeah, that's a little quicker. Alrighty,
And
2 damage.
Your move.
Alright. Oh, there we go. Alrighty. Let's see. Okay, attach a code stone. Would be an easier way to do this, to put it underneath. See, code stone.
Yeah, if you drag and click, you can highlight the whole thing, move it over, and then go like that. That's what I've been doing. There might still be a better way though. I'm not sure.
Because I know there's a bunch of shortcuts in this game.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't play it a ton. Yeah. See, and then I'll throw in Athia for the fairy.
Alright, so on the game board, there is 1 slot for a fairy. Fairies have no level requirement and have some pretty useful effects. Athia allows the player to stack their deck for an equipment every single turn, and also wield 4 of them. As you can see on the board, the equipment limit is normally 3. And then I also had a question, are there precons of this? Yes, there are 2 starter decks available on the Upper Deck or Neopets website. And then
you can also find them on eBay for probably free shipping.
Oh, that is something I probably should have looked at, now that I think about it.
I'll quickly look at it, yeah. Because I've heard the Upper Deck shipping's a little pricey.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, yeah, you can get the bundle of both of them for $36 with free shipping with this one seller.
For reference, they're normally $20 each plus the shipping. So it is a pretty good deal if you're looking to get into the game. Especially since they might even deliver faster. Depending on when the shop sends it out. Alright, so you've played a Code Stone and a Fairy. So that brings us to the battle phase.
Yep, alrighty. So I still have 5 attack here. 5. New roll. Oh, 1 success.
I've rolled 0 successes, but that is where the agility differential is going to come in handy. With 5 agility, up against 2, I'm able to reroll all 3 of these dice. And I managed to find 1 success to block the attack. That makes it my move. I will draw a card and start by throwing down another AO Code Stone. Then I am at level 3. I'm going to equip Judora's Cursed Sword. This provides 2 additional attack. But as a one-time use, I'm able to remove the equipment to gain 4. However, the equipment does get removed, so it's only a 4 boost, which I've been playing wrong in my previous games. I have been using it as a +6 for the turn, which I'm pretty sure is incorrect. It's only the +4. But I'm not going to use that effect just yet. I have 7 attack, including the sword's passive 2. And I'm ready to go into the battle phase.
Oh, cool. I have 5 defense. Yeah. Okay.
I've rolled 3 successes, but have a 3 agility lead. So I will re-roll 3 dice. And no new successes. A total of 3 damage.
3 damage?
But 1 is blocked. So, only 2.
Alrighty. Cool. And then, okay. Okay, I think with Athea, you search for the equipment, put it on top, and then do your draw phase.
You're able to do it in either order you want. So if you're playing a Battle Fairy deck, you might draw first and then use the effect to stack the deck for your later reveal triggers. But if you want to draw into a specific equipment, you are also allowed to do it beforehand.
Alrighty. I'll just draw normally then and then do the search. 1. Cool. And then search. And it's 1 piece of equipment. Yeah, okay. Equipment. Okay, and then we're gonna shuffle this. I'll put this back on top.
So when you search out a card that is specific, you do have to reveal it to prove it is an equipment. But I can handle that for you.
Oh.
Jidora's ring is indeed an equipment. Oh, did you end up drawing one?
Yeah.
No problem. That is my bad. Sorry for touching your deck.
See a code stone. Alrighty, so now we can patch a code stone. Here. Not the prettiest, but okay. We're level 3. That's +2 attack. I think it's you got to put on. Oh, what level is this guy?
You're level 3.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm just trying to read the level requirement on this. Okay. Play an equipment. Play this. The Eyes
You're
of
only able to
Dark
play 1 card per turn.
Only 1 per turn?
That's correct.
Is it only 1 legend or 1 equipment?
It's 1 legend or fairy or equipment or potion.
Okay. Alright.
Or
I'll
brush.
just play Shield of Scorching then. Alright. Battle phase, so we have 6 attack now.
And I'm on 3 defense. And then a viewer was asking, is Neopets one of the games where the player chooses the turn order? Yes. You have basically full control over the order of your actions. Alright, so I rolled 2 successes.
Except for battle phase, yeah. Alright, so you block all the damage here, I think.
So Gellert, once again, somehow escaping unscathed. I will draw a card for turn. And during the draw phase, I'd like to drop down the hot dog. Hot dogs are instant items. It would be played at any time. The regular hot dog just allows me to draw 1 more card. And I have drawn. I'll enter the training phase, but I will not be playing a code stone this turn. That brings us to the prep phase. And I have a pretty difficult decision to make here. What do I want to play down? I think I am in a healthy enough position where I'd like to focus on drawing cards. So, I'm going to play down Dr. Flexo. This allows me to draw 3 cards, and then return 1 card to either the top or the bottom of my deck as my choice. I'll go ahead and place this one on the bottom. And now it is the battle phase. I'm at 7 attack, so I will be rolling 7 dice. I have 3 successes, but a 3 agility lead. Unless you played 1. Okay. I will roll 3 dice. And that brings my total successes up to 5. You block 2, taking 3. But unfortunately, that is going to trigger the Shield of Scorching. And I take 1 damage as well. I just go ahead and throw a 3 on it.
See, because you're at 4 and you did 3 damage to me?
Yes.
Alrighty.
And then I took 1, moving up to 3 as well.
Alrighty. Good for my turn then, or still finishing?
Yep, go ahead.
Alrighty. I'll draw 1 here. Okay, then we won't use Aethia, we're good here. So Eyes of Dark. Discard. That lets me draw 3.
I'm actually going to drop a Hot Dog of Legend. My Gellert is also level 3, and when my opponent plays a legend, the Hot Dog of Justice will negate the effect.
Alright. See.
Then it becomes the battle phase.
Yeah, I got nothing else to do here. So we have 6 attack. I won't be using the special effect here.
I'm rolling 3 and re-rolling 1 for a total of 3 successes. But unfortunately, there are 2 crits, so I would be taking 2 damage. But I think now is a great time to activate my red Scorchstone, boosting the damage from 2 to 0. Moving on to my turn, I will draw 1 card. Then I am going to skip the training phase and enter the prep phase. The card I will play is Harry and Blue Plum. I reveal 5 cards from the deck. And if I find any code stones, they are added to my hand. The other cards go onto the bottom in any order I desire. And I'll do it like this. Unfortunately, that's it for my turn, so we are battling again. I have 5 attacks, and I will re-roll 2 of them.
I have 5 defense, yep. You roll. Okay, 3 successes, 3 5s.
Alright, 3 successes. I have 2 crits, so that'll be a total of 2 damage. And then, unfortunately, the Shield of Scorching is going to continue to damage the Gellert. Oh, wait, I actually have to do Dora's Cursed Sword. So I have 2 additional attack. But unless they're both successes, it's not going to matter. Oh, 1 was a crit, actually.
Alrighty. So this 5.
That's correct. Go ahead.
Okay, my turn. Draw 1 here. We'll skip the prep for now, I think. What do I get here? Let's see, that's 6 attack. Yeah, I'll activate the ghost power here to have the 2 extra attack this turn. Discard that item. So I have 8 attack.
And I'm on 3 defense. I'll roll, and I grabbed 3 successes. That's gonna be enough to block the non-critical. Gellert goes up to 6. I will draw a card, and then I have to think on whether or not to play a code stone here. I'm at 4 health. You are also at 4. But you do have a pretty sizable defense stat. I think I would... like to play the AO Codestone and further increase my attack. But that is not all, as I'll also throw down a rainbow paintbrush, transforming my Gellert into a rainbow version. So each paintbrush comes with a different set of buffs. I think I mentioned this earlier, but rainbow is +1 to every stat. Players might notice my Gellert actually did not gain any agility here. And that's because I was using a yellow Gellert. Each Neopet has 4 basic colors: red, green, blue, and yellow, and each one corresponds with a +1 to the chosen stat. And that does not stack with the painted versions. In contrast, the ghost paintbrush is +1 to HP, which counts as 2 hit points, and then 2 defense, and I believe that's it. So the rainbow paintbrush is worth 4 total stat points, while the ghost paintbrush is worth 3, but comes with an ability that can increase the total boost to 5. But that is enough talking about paint. I'm at 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 attack, thanks to the Judora's Cursed Sword. So I will be rolling 9 dice this turn.
Okay, I got 5.
And with 4 critical hits, that is going to be enough to send Loop to the graveyard, regardless of your roll.
Alrighty.
So over here, there is a round results option. So even though I won, it's not like Pokemon, where the Gellert stays in. Gellert goes over to the victory section, face up, whereas the Loop goes there face down. And all cards in play are sent to the graveyard. However, any cards in hand remain. I am not going to be able to draw back up to 5. I'm stuck with the 4 I have remaining. And since I won that round, I'm going to be the first to choose my pet. So I'd like to see
Do they
how
go to discard or void?
Discard.
Okay.
Let's see how you deal with my Techo.
See, and we'll go with... Oh, flip. Chia.
A blue
Chia?
Chia. Chias have pretty low defense, but as you can see, this blue Chia has 4s across the board. So it's going to be rolling a ton of dice. And with both 4 defense and agility, it'll be able to prevent some of the damage that it's taking here. But it is actually your turn, so I'm going to be the one suffering from the first attack, most likely. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's see. Draw 1 here. There we go. Okay. Okay, we'll equip Codestone. There we go. I don't have any other cards I can play, so let's this out of the way.
I'm on
4
4
attack
defense.
here. 6-6-5-5.
I have 2 blocks. Do you want to re-roll your 5s to try getting additional 6s? I'm pretty sure you're allowed to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, because I have 4 agility and you have 2.
Correct.
So...
If you hover over the 5s and highlight them, the green button will reroll just those 2.
Alright.
No additional crits,
Nope.
so I'll grab 2 damage on the Techo. Now, obviously Techo's major weakness here is its low agility, but I have plans to correct that with my Zay Codestone, bring it up to 3. And then I have a pretty tough decision on what to play next. But I think I want to get a little bit aggressive. I might end up regretting it, but I'm going to play another Rainbow Paintbrush, sending my Techo into the Rainbow Pool for a +1 stat boost across the board. Except for 2 attack, because it was already a red Techo. This means we are now tied on agility at 4 apiece. And my Techo is coming in with 5 rolls. Unfortunately, not a single success.
Nope.
You don't even need to bother. Go ahead.
Yep. Kind of just out of habit now. Okay. We draw 1 for turn. Let's see, and we'll equip a Codestone here. And alright, I got nothing else to do, so that's 5 attack here.
And I'm also on 5 defense. 4 successes is going to be enough to block all of it. I draw for turn, and I have lucked out with an AO Codestone. I didn't have any, so I was considering playing a different card instead of the paintbrush to try drawing, which I will now do this turn instead. Corvette Defender, a classic in any TCG, allows me to draw 2 new cards. But that is going to take up the preparation phase. It is time to battle. I'm at 6 attack.
And I still have 5 defense here.
And that is an incredible roll on my side. 4 critical hits. My 5th damage is going to be blocked by your success, but that is still 4 going through, leaving the Chia with a near-death experience.
Yeah. Alrighty, so my turn. We draw 1 here. Okay, we'll play Harry here. So, real top 5. Flip. 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 And flip. So I add all the Codestones to hand. See, and Harry sends the rest to bottom or top of deck? I forgot.
Should be the bottom.
Okay, bottom then.
Alright, but unfortunately, so Harry and Blue Bomb is a great card, but for those of you who are unfamiliar, the phase order is rigid. Even though Harry and Blue Bomb was able to add 2 Codestones to hand, they are not able to train this turn, as the prep phase is after the training phase. It's not a single main phase with 1 Codestone and another card usable.
Yeah. Oh, oops. Yep, no. Damn, okay. Yeah, I thought you could switch between train and prep, might be. Oh well. We're gonna roll for damage here, I guess. We got nothing else to do.
I'm on 5 defense. And then, if you were commenting on the Corvette Defender, I think it is actually pretty balanced as a 1-drop. The hot dog is basically an upstart goblin, which is a little silly, but of course, as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, I'm going to be running 2 copies of a free cycle. Back when I played the Pokemon TCG, I was a Judge Whistle Defender, as I love the cards that just draw a card. As you can see here, 4 critical hits. nothing I can do about that. So Techo is going to 6. However, I'm not out of the game just yet. It's my move. So let's draw a card. And that is quite a good one to see. I'm going to be playing down another Code Stone, which I drew off of the Corbat Defender. But the real trick of the Corbat Defender was getting me one card deeper into my deck. I'm going to find a level 3 card, Lady Frostbite. Lady Frostbite is going to freeze the Chia, and a frozen Neopet is unable to attack on the next turn. This is very similar to Paralysis in the Pokemon card game. This does technically go to the graveyard after it's played, but for ease of reference, so we don't forget it, I'm just going to leave the Lady Frostbite up in the middle of the field until the end of the next turn.
Hopefully they have like a frozen counter soon. That'd be very handy.
You said you needed the hot dog?
Yeah. Oh no, hopefully they have like a frozen counter soon.
Oh.
Because in Pokemon they have the little status things that come with most of the pre-made decks that you can just plop on.
Yeah, I know status counter, like, a mark. Okay, you see, I was thinking like, what is it? The Shield of Scorching. It's like a frozen counter, since it stops you from being frozen. But you're talking about, like, a die that you can put on there.
Yeah, like a little marker or something, yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised that's actually not in the starter decks. Maybe they don't come with the Frostbite, but it's definitely something that would be useful.
Yeah, because they have the playmat, rulebook, dice, and the deck, and that's it in the starter decks. Oh, and I guess the avatar codes too, but... maybe the 25th anniversary bundle has something. I know it has a damage counter.
Yeah, I feel like I'd rather use dice. Like, I feel like a spin dial is going to be hard to see from across the table. And it's going to make my opponents ask me a ton of times how much health I have left. But I can definitely see you don't want to, like, get the dice confused. And in the current system, you do need different colors of dice for rolling. So in case something lands on the Neopet, it doesn't get confused.
Or you get, like, a D20 dice.
I was considering that. I think 14 is currently the highest, so it's really inconvenient. A D12 doesn't work, because those are a little bit more stable than a D20, and might not, like, roll around as much. But anyway, Lady Frostbite is here as a bit of insurance, but this could be the game-ending attack. Techo is at 6 dice, and the Chia has 2 HP remaining. If I roll 2 criticals, it is over. I get just 1, allowing the Chia to survive for 1 more turn. Go ahead.
Cool, alrighty. Can't attack here, draw 1. There we go. Ooh, this time. No. Okay, we'll attach a par. Away. There we go. And then attach Jidora's Cursed Ring as equipment.
So this is the defensive counterpart to the Cursed Sword we saw earlier. I gotta say, it should not be costed the same. This should be a 2-drop. A point of attack is more valuable than a point of defense because of the way critical hits work. But it is what it is.
Yeah. That or bump it up like 1 number. Either way. That's all I can do, so I'll not swing here because I'm frozen.
Okay. Lady Frostbite is discarded. I draw for turn, and that is very mean. I have drawn the other Lady Frostbite. And I'll be swinging in once again. There are no critical hits, so if you're able to roll 3 successful defenses, you might hang on for another turn. I do have 1 reroll though, as I did play an agility codestone on a prior turn. Alright, but it is another fail.
Now.
3 blocks. You survive.
Kill him out. But I can't attack because the Lady Frostbite here. Alrighty, draw 1. What does this one do? Because the thing is, with how blurry the text is, I haven't memorized all the cards, so I have to like look at the Neo merch site to read descriptions.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to make out some of these effects. I'm using context clues for a fair deal of them. And I've tried to watch all of the videos I can find on YouTube, so I'm familiar with, like, the good cards. But also, all of the videos available are 2 tricky gym VODs and, like, starter deck demo gameplay.
Yeah, there's not a lot. Let's see, already we attach Codestone, we can't attack, so it's your turn here.
Alright, I'm gonna draw for turn. And here's another agility codestone. Bring me up to level 4. And all I need is a single crit to win the game. So I'm gonna make... Well... Do I want to play a card? I think I'm going to get really aggressive and play down a fire paintbrush. Switching out the Rainbow Techo for the Fire Techo, who boasts 1 additional attack. I am going all in here. 7 attack. All I need is a single critical hit. And there it is.
Alrighty, you won then.
That'll be game 1. Thank you for the game. Would you like to try again?
Yeah. Sure, yeah. Hopefully I actually draw into some draw power this time.
Yeah, that was
the only draw card I got was the one you negated.
I think I also drew exceptionally well. I found all my paintbrushes, both of the freezing cards, both Hot Dogs of Justice. I actually had the other one in my hand.
So even if I drew, you would nullify, because I don't have any just regular Hot Dogs Lamau. Search.
So, I'll put all of the cards away, shuffle up, and get ready for match number 2.
Come on, game.
Oh, did I forget to void my hot dog? I knew the hot dogs were supposed to be voided. So you can't, like, Judora them and have 4 Hot Dogs of Justice.
It would be kind of funny, though.
Let's see. But I see there are a couple of comments here. The misplays are driving them crazy. I guess, Gaz, we are both new players. Please let me know if I made some big strategic errors over the course of the game. I know I made the risky play, not dropping a draw card, that one turn, and maybe the technical error of not voiding the hot dog. Oh, and then fairies are also voided, apparently.
Yeah,
so
I
you
saw that
can't
too. They're
Naya,
typing in the,
and then Judora the Naya. That makes sense.
Right.
And cantrip is
back in a
correct.
second. I'm gonna grab some tips here.
All foods are sent to the void. Now I do believe this is only when actually played. Like if I Castralis and have to discard a card, I believe I'm allowed to just discard a hot dog without it getting voided, since I didn't actually play the card. Anyone in the Neopet server, feel free to let me know if that is wrong. And like I said before, definitely feel free to leave comments on my gameplay decisions. If there are more misplays outside of the technical errors, like sending them to the void, I am trying to get better. So feel free to tell me. Alright. But I think I am all set up if you are. Actually, I probably should take a 30-second break. I'm gonna be right back.
Alright, we're back. Lord. See, and you rolled a 6 for the turn start? Mm-hmm.
I am back. And ready if you are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll probably leave in a few minutes for a second to bring Doggy back in, but...
No problem. I
Yeah,
am
I rolled a
not
3
keeping
for turn.
this. I am keeping this, as there is no choice in the matter.
There we go. And then there's a Neopet here.
I rolled a 4.
See, I already rolled a 3, so you get Prio here.
Okay. I'll go first again. And...
Alrighty.
I'll grab this one. It worked out for me last time, so I'm going with the Jeller again.
Nope. Let's see, I have Walkie.
I'll make the first move, drawing, attaching, and then I think I'm okay with passing here. I'm not gonna play anything.
Alrighty. See, so I draw 1 for turn. Him. Hello? There we go. Okay. I guess it just wasn't in window. So catch Code Stone. Go. Play Nilo. Let me play any 1-cost card from my deck here. Search. 1-cost card. Nope, there we go. We'll play Harry here. So that's me. Excavate 5 cards here. These 2 here for now. There we go. Okay, we got 1 Codestone off of that.
I mean, I think as long as you're not whiffing, it's worth it.
Yeah. Nope. Come on. Flip. There we go. There you go at the bottom of the deck. Come on, get. There we go. At the bottom. Nope.
Oh.
There we go. Okay.
All right.
So now I can attack here. I have 5 attack.
I'm at 3 defense.
Okay, I have 3 successes, 1 crit.
I have 4 agility, so I will reroll 1. And that gives me 3 successes. I take 1 damage. My move, I'm going to attach another AO Codestone.
Right, I'll be back in a second. I have to bring Doggy in.
Sure, no problem. So last turn, I had the ability to play the Casterless, but I didn't want to actually discard any of these. And since Dr. Flexo is a 2-drop, my idea is that I'm going to try to use this to find the other Codestones I need. By placing something like the Casterless at the bottom of the deck, I'll be able to get technically 1, or I do get the full 3 cards deeper. And then the 1 I draw next turn. And then with 2 Dr. Flexos, I have enough draw power to kind of replenish my hand. I haven't seen any freezing effects from my opponent yet, so the Shield of Scorching is a little bit less value, but it is still useful. The question is whether or not I want to actually save it for a future round. Having the retaliation damage does give something like Eerie additional firepower, as its defense and agility are low enough that you're almost always going to be hitting it. But the real power is in something that has a little bit more defense.
Alright, we're back.
Alright, welcome back. So I attached the Codestone. And I'm going to go with Dr. Flexo, drawing 3 new cards, and placing 1 on the bottom of my deck. I'll go ahead and, well, that one could come in handy. But I think I am going to pick it. And put it on the bottom. After that, I am ready to proceed into the battle phase. I'm rolling 5 dice.
I have 4 here. I have 1 success.
I got 2 successes, but I also have 4 agility, so I'll re-roll 2. Bringing the total to 3 successes and 2 total damage. Oh.
Oops. Yeah, apparently pressing 2 there on the walkie put it in my hand, Lamau. Alright. Meow. Yeah, there has to be a easier way to tabletop sim.
Almost definitely.
Alrighty, we draw 1 for turn here. So, attach a Codestone here for +1 agility. We'll play Shield of Scorching here. And it's on to the battle phase. I have 5 attack.
Okay, I'm at 3 defense. And a re-rolling 1. 3 successes. So I will block all 3.
Yeah.
And draw for turn. I have a solid attack stat, so I'm going to go with a Zay Codestone. Increasing my agility. And maybe some extra rerolls. And then, after that, I think I would like to, during the training phase, void this hot dog. Then, for the prep phase, well, we're actually pretty evenly matched.
Yeah.
So what is the best play here? I think I'm gonna throw down my own Shield of Scorching.
Alrighty, fire with fire.
And we'll enter the battle phase. I'll swing in with 5 damage. And 5 agility.
Allow 4 defense, I believe.
Alright,
Yeah,
so
they have 4 defense.
we're currently 2 and 2, but your 3 agility is matched by my 5, so I'll reroll 2 dice. That brings me to 3 successes and 1 total damage, which unfortunately means also my Gellert is also taking 1. Go ahead.
Report. Alrighty. Draw 1 here. There we go. Okay, attach Codestone. Level 3. What's gonna do? Okay, we'll play Sarah and Daisy. That lets me send 1 thing from the deck to discard.
Alright.
Search. There we go.
So I'm assuming there's going to be something that's going to trigger when sent to the graveyard.
Yeah. That'd be kind of funny to just send a Codestone to the graveyard. Alrighty, we'll do... Nope, Jor's Cursed Sword, and then close the search. We'll reshuffle deck. Oh, Lord. Did not go down well. Okay, so now we swing here. We have a total of 8 attack here with the sword.
And I've only got 3 defense.
Oop.
I do at least have a small agility advantage, so I will reroll. And I have a total of 2 blocks. So I'll take 2 damage, and my Burning Shield
take 1 from your
will
shield.
inflict 1. I'll draw for turn. Oh, this is interesting. Well, that's gonna leave me pretty short on cards if I do that. But I think I can make it work. So I'm gonna go ahead and attach a Codestone. Then, I would like to play Nilo, which brings a 1-cost card from my deck and plays it. I'm going to play a Breadmaster. Breadmaster is going to return 3 cards into my deck. Then I'm able to play any card from my deck that I meet the level requirement for. I will pick the level 4 Iron Skeeth, who searches my deck for a villain of Neopia and ignores the level requirement. By playing Khan the Unstoppable, I'm able to move both of your equipment and all 3 Codestones.
Yep.
But that play does leave me
Does
with
Con
only
send it to
one
the
card in
discard
hand.
or hand? I forgot.
Con discards them.
Okay. See, and that discard doesn't trigger the Jadora one here. So, come on.
And I have 6 attack.
And I have 4 defense here.
2 agility versus 5 allows me to reroll 3 dice. I have 4 successes. For a total of 3 damage.
Okay, so 5 and then... Sorry, health left. Alrighty. Let's see, draw 1. Okay. Play Jadora here.
Alright.
Can't use the ability yet, though, because that's the one card for the turn, so... I guess I just have to swing here.
I've got 3 defense,
4.
but we'll reroll all 3 of those. For 3 successes. But you did crit me. So I take 1, and my Shield of Scorching also inflicts 1. My move, I will draw. And I think there's a good chance I finish it this turn. So I'm going to not play anything. 3, 4, 5, 6. And hopefully that's enough to get in there. 3 critical hits will finish the walkie.
Alright.
I wasn't
Yeah,
sure.
playing the Jadora is probably a mistake.
Maybe.
Oh.
I was considering whether or not to use my own Shield of Scorching there. But I realized the Geller is probably my best Neopet for it, since it actually has both agility and defense. Everything else is lacking at least one of those stats. So my hand, not looking great. I'm thinking I'm gonna try bringing in my yellow Jub.
Yeah. Nope. There we go. Nope. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah.
And then it is your move, since I took a KO.
Alrighty. Draw 1. Okay. Can't play anything, so we're just attacking here. We have 3.
And I have 5.
1 success.
2 success. Do you have more agility?
0 damage. Yeah. See, I have 3 agility. You have what, 2?
Yep, so 1 chance for a crit.
Alrighty. Nope. Come on. Reroll selected. Nope. Alrighty.
I will draw for turn. Skip the training phase and play the Soup Fairy. Before heading into the battle phase, Soup Fairy, during my preparation phase, allows me to draw a card if I have fewer than 6 in hand. So I'll draw 1 more. Then I am entering battle. 2 attack. No successes. Go ahead.
Alrighty. Draw 1. Okay, don't have any code stones, but we do have Harry here. She here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
So neither of us
Stones.
have any code stones in hand. This is going to be a long battle.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably need more draw power in this deck. Alright, I guess we're swinging here with 3.
I'll try blocking with 5. 3 successes.
Success. I'll reroll 1 here. Reroll selected. 2 successes.
I will
That's
block
1 damage.
that. I'll draw for turn, and then use the effect of the Soup Fairy. As I have 6 or fewer
You
cards in
There's,
hand.
5 trumps to 4.
I have 3 successful blocks.
Oh, it's just whether or not it is a success. You don't compare like 5's bigger than 4.
Correct.
Huh.
I mean,
Alright.
if I am wrong about that, that is a huge change to the rules. And someone in chat
I'm
really
just
should
walking the
ping
rulebook
me
right now.
and let me know.
Battle phase. Head up the number. Okay. So it's just the raw number. Not the 5 is greater than 4. Okay.
So I use my Soup Fairy effect, but it is only once per turn. And that means I am, once again, just swinging. And no successes. Go ahead.
Oh, alrighty. Okay, draw 1 here. Let's see, and I cannot play anything. Alright, we're swinging.
I have 5 defense. And 3 blocks.
Okay, I got 1 crit, 1 success.
I
Can reroll this one here.
Mm-hmm.
Selected.
I will
2
take
successes.
1 damage from the crit. I draw for turn. And now that I have 6, if I have 6 or fewer, so 6, I do get to draw another card with the Soup Fairy. But like before, I am, well, if you don't have any code stones either,
Yeah,
I
we
think
played
this-
a Harry and got 0.
So my plan was to just kind of sit on the Jub without playing anything. But since we are both bricked, I think there is actually value in dropping this fire paintbrush and transforming Wait, Jub doesn't have a fire variant. So I can't do
yeah,
that.
it's starry.
Yeah, unfortunate. A 4 attack Jub would actually be pretty strong right here.
2 attack though.
Yeah, I'll get in for 2. And fail.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Alright. Draw 1. Please be a code stone, because you can't play the drawing cards since they're level 1 and technically you're level 0 right now. Well, I'm also level 0.
That is correct.
Alrighty. We don't get a code stone, so we're just swinging for 3.
I will be blocking with 5. 2 successes.
Alright. 2 crits.
Did you click on the reroll highlighted? Because I see a red die, which is...
Yeah.
You're supposed to
That
roll
was a 3
new
and
set.
it became a 3 again, Lamau.
Oh, you already did both. Okay. I'll take 2.
Yeah.
Draw for turn. And swing in with 2. 2 successes.
Alrighty. We have 5 defense. 2 successes.
I do have 1 crit.
1 damage.
Go ahead. I'm sure the viewers are enjoying the slowest round of Neopets in TCG history.
We got a code stone.
Uh-oh. Things are going to be speeding up now.
Best part is I don't have any 1-cost cards in hand to play.
Alright,
So we're just gonna
let's
swing here.
battle then.
I now have 4 attack.
I've got 4 successes, though.
Oh, alrighty, we accidentally hit it twice. 1 success, we can reroll 1 here. Hope for crit.
And you got a
Hey,
crit.
let's go, we got a crit.
Congratulations.
There.
My move. I have way more than 6 cards now, so Soup Fairy's not going to do anything. Swinging in with 2 on Jub Jub. 1 success.
Alrighty, I have 5 defense still. Yeah. 5.
Alright, you got it. Go ahead.
Alrighty. Draw 1. Alrighty, we're going into the battle phase.
Understood.
We have 4 attacks still.
2 success.
I have 1 crit. I'll reroll this one here since I have agility. Reroll selected.
Jub Jub.
1 crit.
Taking a hit. I will draw and swing. No successes. Go ahead.
Alrighty. I will draw. Oh, okay, we can now hit level 2.
Are you gonna play any other cards?
Let me check if I actually have any 2 costs here.
Alright, no problem.
Let's see, we could play that. We're at 7 health. Okay, we'll play Quaveras. Or is it Calvera? I guess Calvara.
I think the last one.
Roll 3 dice.
Calvara.
Calvara, okay. So roll 3 dice here. Each success. Okay, we got each success here. So we can get... I think 10's the max for each stat, right?
Correct.
Except for HP. So we can get 2 attack to go up to 10 here. And then 2 agility to hit 5. So
It's plus 3 each. If I'm reading that correctly. So you'll be at
In
6
one of the
agility and 10
following.
attack.
Yeah. Yeah. Since there's 3 successes, I can pick one of these effects for each success. Alrighty, so we're swinging with 10 attack here.
Alright, I have 3 successes.
I have... Okay, then I think I have enough agility to reroll.
You can reroll
let's see,
4.
I have 3 base agility. Okay, we reroll these 4.
Alright, so I see 7 damage, and I block 3, taking 4.
Okay. Let's see. Potions go to discard. Void, there we go.
Alright, I draw for turn, and I am swinging for 2. 2 successes, but you do have 6 agility and 6 defense, so I'm confident you're going to be able to find it. Let's see it.
Hopefully. Okay, new roll.
Alright, and you're good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, draw 1. Let's see. You have 3 health left? Okay.
Correct.
I think we're good here. We can just swing for turn.
Alright, back down
Actually,
to 4.
I'll play a legend first.
You are only level 2.
Oh, right. I forgot this. Homie's 3. Alrighty, Alrighty, yeah. Let's just swing here. I have 4 attack.
And 5 defense.
Awesome.
4 blocks. I will take 1 damage. Well, actually, you can reroll 1.
I
Try to
can
go for a
reroll
crit.
one of these, yeah.
Alright.
Nope.
So I am now at 10. I will draw for turn and swing in for 2. 2 crits.
Alright, 2 guaranteed damage. There we go. You draw 1 here. And I think we just swing here. Got 4 attack. Oh,
5
3
defense.
crits.
Oh, 3 crits.
I got
That'll
3.
do it. Jub
Yeah,
Jub
you kinda
is
got
a
both of 'em.
fallen soldier.
Okay,
He fought valiantly.
except... There we go. So this time he goes up in the pool. Extremely thrilling round of top decking. Alright,
Absolutely.
So,
Who are you bringing in to finish it off?
let's go with... I haven't drawn a single paintbrush this game. I show mine first since I won, so Aisha.
A 3 agility creature. Well, I'm thinking it's gotta be a... Red Shoryu from me.
Okay.
I draw a card, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I have a few code stones in my hand. I have chosen not to play earlier, saving them for this round. I am now level 1, so I can play a good old regular hot dog to draw a card. Then
Upstart Goblin Baby.
I will also be dropping a fire paintbrush. We're going all in, as aggressive as possible from the first turn here. With 5 attack and 6 agility, I swing into the Aisha. 5 rolls.
I have 3 defense.
And 3 rerolls on my side. 4 successes, but 3 are crits.
So I block 1. Yeah, that's 3 damage.
Alright, go ahead. Now, have you also been stockpiling those code stones?
Yeah. Yeah, last round was kind of a done deal. The other one. Okay, we'll level up here. Yeah. And we'll play... Right? Okay, yeah, because Charles is 1 cost, so... Draw 2 cards here. And discard 1 from inventory. See, we'll discard Purple Blob Potion, but I don't have a level requirement for it, so I don't think it goes off here.
I think it does anyway, actually.
Okay.
Deal
1 damage to your opponent's Neopet. Then void this card. No.
Anyone in the server can correct me. I think you get the discard effect. And if I'm wrong, I'm glad it's that I'm wrong in a way that negatively affects me. But I'm sure someone can offer confirmation.
Yeah, I forget. I swear I saw this mentioned on the Upper Deck server, but it's not in the rulebook. And they're in the process of, like, making a much more thorough rulebook. Since there are kind of a lot of situations not covered by the current one.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll get it all fixed up by the next set release. So, Casterless, a Code Stone, are you ready to battle?
Yep, we have 5 attack here and agility.
I do have higher agility, so I will reroll. And I only have 1 success, but that is enough. I take 1 damage from the crit. And it's my move. I'd really like an attack Code Stone, but I'll pile on the agility instead. Now I do have a few options here. And there is one that seems a little bit more appealing than most. obviously we've spent a few turns here, building up our hand during the previous round. So I'm going to go ahead and drop Nilo. And like before, I'm going to grab the Breadmaster. Breadmaster returns 3 cards into my deck. What's the best third one? Probably him. And the card I will grab is the one and only Naya. Naya, when played, allows me to search my deck for a paintbrush. So even though I have this fire show, I just missed an alert. And it's not telling me. Oh, thank you for the follow, Perla Bear. So back to what I was saying. I have this fire show view, but I'm able to repaint it into a rainbow. As all Neopets in the game do have a rainbow version. Now, for the viewers at home who can't see the blurry card text, this fire show view has more attack. So why go for the 4 attack rainbow Shoryu? Naya has an additional ability that boosts the stats of rainbow Neopets by 2. That's 2 attack, 2 defense, and 2 agility. It's an incredibly powerful card, and possibly the single best card currently in the game. As a fairy, and as a paintbrush, these cards have no level requirement, and provide a ton of value. So, Shoryu is at
there's
6
talks of getting Naya banned, Lamel.
What's up?
Oh, there's talks of getting Naya banned, Lamel.
I would probably support such a movement from the designers. You can't limit it 1 because fairies are already at 1. So all you can do is errata or ban. Or print like something better than rainbow, which is tough. I mean, I think actually on paper, a fire paintbrush is better than a rainbow paintbrush because it takes the point from defense and puts it into attack, which is a better stat. But with Naya in play, obviously it changes a little here. So 6 attack going in.
I have 3 defense here, I think.
Alright. And I have 7 agility.
Okay, I rolled 3 successes here.
I will reroll 2 for a total of 6 successes. You're able to block 3 and take 3.
And that's 5. Wait. Taking 3 damage before. Okay. We're at 6.
Alright, and
okay.
Go ahead.
Draw 1 card here. Yeah, Codestone up here. Grab you. Come on down. Level 2. Yeah, that's level 3. Oops. Yeah. That's a level 4. No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just searching stuff on NeoMerch right now to actually be able to read the text.
No problem. So you've got a couple cards that you might be able to play, but I'll alt-tab on the Naya, so players are able to see just how low the quality of these prints are. Not the real ones. The cards look great in real life. This is just whoever scanned them and made the tabletop mod did not get a very high resolution. If I didn't know what Naya did, it would be pretty difficult for me to read this. Once I
Yeah.
already know what it does, it's much more usable. If I need a reminder. But I
Yeah.
wouldn't
I'm
expect.
working on higher resolution scans. We're at like 80 right now. But
Did you say you're working on it?
yeah, I'm the one working on some higher resolution scans, although it kind of doesn't help that I sent in my one copy of Nine to get graded. So I have to get another copy of her, but yeah, we're at 80 out of 254 right now. I can't play anything, so I'll just swing here.
Alright, no problem. And I mean, I think stuff like
Alright.
the Neopets probably don't need the high quality scans quite as much. So I'm at 5 defense, thanks to the effect of Naya. And I have a huge agility advantage. I'm at 9.
I only 2 successes or crits,
Oh, but they're
though,
both crits, so I take 2. I'll draw for turn. And I will be attaching a third agility code stone, since it's all I've got. But that's not too bad anyway, as I have the Lady Frostbite at level 3. And I'll be going in with 6 attack. 2 crits will end it. And there they are. 2 crits.
Alright, GG.
And Aisha is down.
Alrighty, you win.
Good game. I was planning on using the Jub, obviously to restock my hand and kind of be able to play the way I did. But it definitely helped that you were also bricking, because it meant I had basically infinite turns to get the Naya
Yeah,
or to find the Naya.
Yeah, because I just could not find much of my draw power this game.
I'm assuming you're running
Okay.
basically the same as I am. So what's
Pretty
in your
similar,
deck?
yeah.
I'm gonna set aside everything that searches and draws. And we'll see if that was like a big difference. If I am running a lot more, I could see that being a contributing factor.
Okay, so for draw power, I had Soup Fairy, 2 Eyes of Dark, Ellery, 1 copy, 2 Harrys, 2 Castralis, 1 Maruka, 1 Nilo. I mean, they're not directly draw power, but 1 Sarah and Daisy, and then I think that's it.
Okay, so yeah, I'm running double Corbat, double Castralis, double Lupum, double Nilo, double Breadmaster, double Fluxo, 1 Hubert, and the Iron Skeeth, and a Money Tree. So I am running a ton.
Money Tree sounds really good in theory, but I feel it just takes too long. Yeah, I need to add more draw power to this.
Yeah. The Money Tree is only really there for situations kind of like round 2 that we had. But if I actually had some code stones. The idea is, if I play really aggressively the first round, like let's say I open Naya or a paintbrush. I want to drop 3 code stones, play some 1-cost cards, and then on round 2, refill the hand with like a Breadmaster, bring me to 0, into the Money Tree to like draw 6. It's kind of my plan, but I haven't actually ever resolved Money Tree at this point, so I can't say whether it's good or bad.
Yeah, because Money Tree is 1 for each equipment in play, right?
No, that is the
Oh no,
bank guy,
yeah,
I think. Money Trees for every card you
Yeah,
have in hand. There's a Pokemon card that does the same thing.
Yeah, I forget which
Not
one.
Caitlyn.
It's pretty meta.
Copycat. But that Copycat shuffles
I think
in.
that's one that does that? Okay.
Which I guess I'm kind of doing if my plan is to Breadmaster my hand to 0 when I have a bad hand, and then use money tree to redraw. Kind of like a mulligan.
Yeah.
But I don't know how good of a plan that actually is. It's basically like if I'm bricking and my opponent has Corvette Defenders, I'm able to get value out of it. But I think it might be niche enough to be replaced with something else. I have 2 Lady Frostbite, but a third way to freeze would be nice. If there are any, good ones.
There's the potion.
Yeah, I
there's
don't
the
want to flip
potion
the
and the
coin,
2
though.
cannons.
Yeah, I think those are all... Well, the cannon, I think,
I think
might
the
be a
cannon's
guaranteed
okay.
one, but it's like a 4 or 5 cost.
Let's see. Black Frost Cannon, that's level 4, and it's on a success. With 1 die, you freeze them.
And then is the cheaper cannon. Is it like the
level
same thing,
2
but you
one
have
is
to
a
discard
critical
it?
Success.
Oh.
Yeah, the level 2 cannon, you only roll 1 die, and it has to be a critical success.
And then it's 1
Which is
die
kind
and
of
any
banking on
success for the
that.
high cost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like for the high cost one, I think it's fine. I think it's too hard just gambling on the 1 critical success. I guess if the game goes on long enough, like the value pays off, you're able to just do that turn and turn and turn again, but
Yeah, I'd be pretty
I don't know.
concerned about running really any 4-cost equipment, though. Because
Yeah.
once you do that, you're immediately getting conned. Or
Yeah.
whatever the other equipment removal thing is.
Pant
The
Devil.
Merku. Not the Pant Devil
Oh yeah,
one.
Marika. I think Pant Devil's twin removes one.
Yeah. Where Pant Devil removes, Pant Devil Twin lets you add 1.
Yeah. Which isn't bad. Just targeted removal for 1 cost.
It probably just feels underwhelming a lot of the time to not be able to play a different card that turn.
Yeah.
There's just a huge...
That's the thing, you get 1 card.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since, like, you have to focus so much on your engine and draw power. It feels like there isn't too much flex space.
Yeah, so...
You have, like, 15 Codestones, 3 Fairies, 3 Paintbrushes. That's already, like, nearly half the deck taken up.
Yeah, I'd say the way I built this deck, I'm not saying it's going to be a tier 1 deck or anything. I don't have nearly enough meta knowledge for that. But I literally just went through the card pool, and I took every card that I think is just independently good. It is 50 staples. Well, okay, like 30 Encodestones. Or 35 Encodestones. Like, there's none of the potions, synergy. Like, I'm running Castralis. Just because I want another draw card. And then I'm running Judora and Judora's Sword because I think they're just good cards. And since they synergize with Castralis, that's just like an upside. But I didn't run it as an intentional package around it. Like, there's none of the other Judora equipment. There's no potions or bombs, I guess. It's all draw cards and high impact stuff, like a Paintbrush or Frostbite or a Naya.
Yeah.
Which is why
Even
I'm on
with a
fire.
mini Jador package, though, 1 copy of Sarah and Daisy is pretty good. Since that just lets you get anything from the deck into the discard.
But realistically, you only ever really want Judora or Judora-themed cards, right? Like, is there anything else from the discard? I guess if you already have Judora in play, but then it's so slow. Because, like, you did it, right? You played Sarah to get the Judora, but then the round was over. Or did you get the equipment that
Sarah
time?
and Daisy's a 2 cost. Yeah. I don't know.
I think you
Because
got
I
the
remember
sword,
from Gen
actually.
Con,
Yeah.
I think the general consensus was the Jadora package is, like, kind of stronger right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just due to... Mostly because it synergizes well with Khan and the other villains of Neopia.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot of players are running the ghosts. The reason I'm not on Ghost right now is that as a paintbrush, it's way weaker than fire because its boost is 2 defense and the HP. Obviously, once you have the discard synergies, and if you're actually able to consistently use the effect, the ghost Neopets are stronger with the added effect. But that just seems like you're asking for a lot. Like if you remember our round 2, like neither of us had the cards we wanted to discard. We spent all of our resources in round 1, and I'm running all of the Corbats and Castralis and Nilos, and I'm even running like the hot dogs. And I'm still finding myself low on resources sometimes. So I'm not sure how often. I mean, it must be pretty good because they keep winning.
Yeah.
But like on
I'm not
paper,
sure either.
the Firebrush seems like the strongest one-turn play, ignoring the synergy factor, since it's agility, 2 attack, and HP. It's just a very well-rounded brush.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely better than Starry.
Yeah, Starry is
kind of left in the dust.
Starry is
It
basically
exists.
Ghost, but without the Ghost effect, which is underwhelming. Starry gives you 1 agility, that the Ghost ones don't. But then you don't get to gain 2 attack and 2 defense when you need it. I think if they made... Oh, and then... So, I actually think Fairy... I could see myself adding Fairy into this deck. Because if you take something like... okay, I don't know all the cards that have Fairies. But, Fairy is a double agility buff. So, something that's already, like, decent. Like a Gellert. Or, well, I'd want, like, a
Fairy.
4
I thought you
base.
said Barry.
Oh,
Talking about the legend.
no. Like, if there was a good 4 attack base stat Neopet with, like, okay agility, maybe Cow. Like, I think there is a Fairy Cow. It's just gonna have so much agility and so much attack that not gaining attack from the Fairy Brush is counteracted because you're rolling so many dice anyway. At least that's kind of how I see it. I think the Jub is here because sometimes you do need a fully defensive pet. But for the rounds I'm trying to win, I do not care about my defense stat that much. I think I want it at like 2 or 3, and then I want agility over defense every time after like the 3rd point of defense, maybe 4. Since it's double duty.
Yeah.
But I'm also pretty inexperienced, so I'll see what other people have to say as well. And I'm excited to see, hopefully, other people make some videos, share their deck lists, etc. How do you think the games went? Did you have fun? Are you going to make any changes to your deck? What did you think of my deck, etc.? Just general closing remarks. I'm probably going to end stream soon.
Yeah. I mean, the game's in a very simple state right now. And obviously, once we got things going, it was much more fluid, but there just isn't a lot to do in the game right now. And like you mentioned, there's not a lot of resources, so it's kind of hard to really guess. There was like one person on Reddit who said they're like trying to consider making like a full-on simulator. That would be a lot better than this. Still, yeah.
Yeah, I guess if it was automated, that would be useful. Is there like a beta test or anything for it? Or
No, they just made a Reddit post like saying like, "Hey, would there be any interest in this?" And there's like 12 upvotes. Yeah, I commented on it expressing interest, but I doubt it's gonna go too far anywhere. And I know Upper Deck, when they've been asked, they've just like made vague gestures to like maybe in the future they make one, but they've not given a single definitive answer. So it's just like, who knows?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not sure how much. Well, I don't have an issue with Upper Deck, but I feel like Neopets doesn't really fully commit to things as a brand. I know it's had a really tough history, so this isn't anything against the current Neopets team. But like, if you go on the Neopet website, half the games don't work. if you go to the mobile app, which is a third-party studio, there's no content in it. Like you finish it in a day or two, and it's just there to give you Neo points back on the main site.
Yeah.
So I don't imagine them. I can imagine the will to make a TCG simulator. I can't imagine them currently having the staff and manpower to do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure because they're really reaching out far with a lot of the stuff this year. Because like just launching this entire TCG on its own is like kind of wild, considering Neopets is not the biggest.
Well, I mean, it definitely used to be quite large, but
Yeah.
I think like if you look at the subreddit, it's really small. And there aren't that many posts. Like this is definitely currently a niche TCG. I think it's good enough
It's
and easy
extremely
enough
niche,
that
yeah.
I could see kids in the middle school lunchroom playing Neopets. It's fast enough to finish a round. It's simple enough. It has the appeal with all the creatures. But it's so hard to get product. Like I called 4 local
I've been
game
having to order
stores.
off eBay.
None of them have it. Upper Deck isn't partnering with Target or Walmart, which is where, like, we are probably hyper online to know about this game. Like, a normal person trying to find a new game is going to look at Target, and they're not going to know this game exists. And then, I can't even find it on Amazon or TCG Player yet.
Apparently TCG Player might be adding it, but yeah, it's also kind of an Upper Deck, and Neopets not really advertising this too well. Like, they did the whole thing at Gen Con and other conventions, which is nice, and they got some new people in, but this hasn't really been much of a push. Kind of bit Pepega.
I like the game. Obviously, I'm here streaming it and playing it with you. I think they did a pretty good job making a good and fun game. Naya is the only card that I think seems extremely overpowered or above the curve, but every game has one. They gotta have the chase card. Like, they probably knew it was very good when they made it.
Yeah, they even made a promo for it.
Exactly. Like, they're like, the game designers are aware that some of the cards are very good, and some of them are designed to be in a starter deck, to be simple and understand how to play. And then, so I don't fault them for that. I think that's fine. I just wish it was easier to get in the hands of people who are interested in it. Because not everyone's gonna know to go to the Upper Deck site or eBay. And I mean, if it's eBay,
Or join their Discord servers and maybe find an event within 30 miles.
Yeah, like, I think hopefully they are able to get in contact with more game stores or even a big box store. I'm excited to see what they do with the next set. I think that comes out in November. But in the meantime, I think once we get some higher quality scans, I might actually make some dedicated videos, deck profiles, etc., trying to cover what decks currently exist. Obviously, there are the Ghost and Fairy ones that are doing pretty well. But I mean, even if they're not top of the meta, I think there's space to have, like, a defensive Starry deck, running cards like the Scorching Shield and those damage over time type of things to try to control the opponent. Maybe something highly dedicated to freeze. I think there are a lot of, like, neat builds that can be made, even though there's only the one set. So I'm excited to see if I'm able to put anything together, if any other content creators end up making anything, or more. I know Upper Deck, one thing I think has been done pretty well so far is that when I looked up the game, it looked like Upper Deck did actually do a decent amount of outreach, like, socially. Like, there's not a ton of, like, you can't get it in Target, but there are a lot of players who opened boxes to advertise the game, and not all of those are huge channels. So if they are actually able to get it into the hands of players who want it, like, I think all it would really take is, currently I think the best content is by Tricky Jim, who is a Pokemon player, and is going to remain primarily a Pokemon player. If they could get, like, 1 or 2 channels that size, and just be like, here are all of the cards, please make some videos. I think that would do a lot, for advertising the game to people who already are interested in card games and are going to be most likely to buy the product.
Yeah. If you want to, I'll give you the link for the scans I've been doing. I've just been slowly doing them, what I can.
Yes.
Use this or whatever.
Sounds good to me. Thank you for joining. I think I'm going to call it a
thanks for having
day
me.
here.
Alrighty. Sounds good. Take it easy then.
Yeah. Good night.